Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:31 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with the quorum present. We will now move to our pledge, vision, and mission statements, which will be led by Arlington Heights High School JROTC cadets.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. You may be seated.
Fort Worth ISD Vision, igniting in every child a passion for learning. Fort Worth ISD Mission, preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership.
Thank you. I will now turn it over to our Chief of Communications, Mrs. Tenen, for our recognitions.
Good evening, President Martinez, Superintendent Dr. Karen Molinar, and all of our trustees and guests here with us tonight. Tonight, we have an incredible honor of celebrating three outstanding groups who exemplify the very best of our district's talent, dedication, and spirit. At this time, I would like to invite the trustees to come down and prepare for photos with our very important students with us this evening. And for the audience, we ask for you to please hold your applause until the end of each group so that each student's name can be heard as we recognize them for being with us here this evening. We want to kick off this evening with welcoming our fantastic greeters from the Arlington Heights High School JROTC. These exceptional cadets represent the future leaders of tomorrow and embody the spirit of leadership, commitment, and community service that makes JROTC so vital. So let's show our appreciation for the students who are with us this evening. Leading us for the pledge, Cadet Lieutenant Commander Aiden Bloxam. Giving us the vision and mission, we've got Cadet Chief Hillary Garcia. And our greeters this evening, Cadet Petty Officer Howard Harris, Cadet Petty Officer James Woodworth, Cadet Seaman Ontario Ross, and this program is led by retired Senior Chief Reggie Williams and Commander Lance Fisher. Yes, we want the spotlight on you, young people, right front and center.
One, two, three. One, two, three. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cadets, you are dismissed. Next up, we have Miss Elena Gill, a junior at Pascal High School. She won first place in state UIL Barbara Jordan Historical Essay Competition. Her essay was on Dr. Annie Webb Blanton, champion of rural Texas literacy. The focus on Ms. Blanton's contributions to education and superintendency, showing Texans that women could do well even if given the opportunity to lead. Elena is a member of the Pascal Whiz Quiz team and placed first in Ready Writing, Science, and Literary Criticism at the District UIL Academic Meet. She is an avid reader, spectacular in math and sciences, and qualified for regionals as a member of Pascal's UIL Mathematics team. Way to go, Miss Elena. Congratulations. And lastly, we have Ms. Chile Watson Sanchez, a 10th grade student also at Paschal High School. As a current Life Scout working to make an impact with her Eagle Scout project, she found inspiration close to home at the Todd Theater's technical booth. Her goals were to improve safety and visibility by building a platform to elevate the floor and installing 2 new windows. With the help of campus leadership, maintenance team members, and the Theater Program Booster Club, the renovation was a great success that will enhance the technical theater operations as students work to bring shows to life. We are grateful for you and your work, Mrs. Chile. Thank you for giving back to your community. Congratulations. And trustees, that concludes our recognitions for this evening.
No, you're right. How are you? All right, at this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. No presentation may exceed 2 minutes tonight unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Speakers, when your name is called, approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the side wall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. Our first speaker tonight is Dion Brugger, followed by Chrissy Thumel.
Good evening, President Martinez, Superintendent Molinar, distinguished board and guests in Fort Worth ISD community. I'm here tonight to present a letter of appreciation and commendation on behalf of All Pro Dad and Family First. I extend our deepest gratitude and commendation to Fort Worth ISD for its continued leadership in advancing family engagement and supporting father-focused initiatives across your district. The collective efforts of your district's leadership, parent partnerships, family engagement specialists, and community partners like Sodexo have made an incredible impact in the lives of students and families throughout Fort Worth ISD. Your ongoing commitment to strengthening family-school partnerships reflects the district's dedication to ensuring every child feels supported, seen, and connected. Through initiatives like All Pro Dad, Fort Worth ISD has created intentional spaces where fathers, grandfathers, uncles, and male role models come together to build meaningful relationships with their children, fostering a culture of belonging and academic success. This commendation acknowledges the inspiring collaboration between Fort Worth ISD and All Pro Dad, which supports campus improvement plans, multi-tiered systems of support by providing structured opportunities for father engagement, reinforcing social-emotional competencies, and enhancing school climate. A heartfelt thank you to the man standing beside me, Christopher Cohen, Parent Partnership Specialist, for his unwavering efforts and dedication in collaborating with the Family Engagement Specialist to connect families with resources and opportunities to strengthen their involvement and to make All Pro Dad a success here in Fort Worth ISD. To the students and families of Fort Worth ISD, your participation and enthusiasm are what brings these programs to life. Together, we're building stronger, more connected community, one that empowers fathers and families to engage meaningfully in the education and growth of every student. On behalf of All Pro Dad and Family First, thank each and every one of you in the Fort Worth ISD community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Chrissy Thumel.
Hello, I'm Chrissy. Thank you for the positive changes in the district. I have some suggestions. Concerning technology, please boost security and adopt a student device repair program. Students can bypass controls to access restricted websites. You can improve security by placing restrictions directly on the firewalls versus relying on profile restrictions. Computer literacy is learned through programs like iLead. We can try and get some of these kids off Minecraft and graduating with CCNA and A+ certifications. Let's try and return to paper assignments unless the curriculum requires computers in a controlled environment or someone has required it by an IEP. I would like to see Fort Worth ISD encourage additional nonprofit transparency. Nonprofits can improve transparency by making their financial documents like IRS Form 990 and annual reports publicly accessible on their websites, similar to what T3 is doing. Clearly detailing how donations are used to fund programs and sharing their impacts and challenges through accessible communication channels like newsletters and social media. Please consider leaving on the AC for custodians and security over the summer. They would be more comfortable and we would see fewer breaks when school starts. Consider finding a partner in the community to donate standby HVAC services every August. Finally, speaking as a mother who's been homeless and down to my last dime, please don't let poverty be a reason you don't ask for participation from parents. Doing for others provides meaning, joy, and invites blessings in someone's life. When I have nothing else to give, I can give my time, an encouraging word, and a smile. Please keep finding ways to get parents involved because it matters. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ruby Jackson, followed by Tina Thompson.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ruby Jackson, and I'm a retired educator with over 9 years of experience teaching reading to our vulnerable learners, and I was at M.M. Walton Elementary right here in Fort Worth, Texas. Tonight, I'm here to ask you to reinstate the Reading Mastery Program across the school district. The latest assessment shows that our third grade readers are reading below level. This gap not only hinders academic achievement in all subjects, but it also erodes the students' confidence and engagement, and I think that's very important. Reading Mastery is a structured, systematic phonics program designed for direct instruction, starting with pre-K. Yes, pre-K students can read. In the year 2001, I participated in a year-long documentary project called A Tale of Two Schools, and it was at M.M. Walton, teaching low-performing readers using the Reading Mastery Program. Now, the results of that, at the year's end, average readers was reading fluently and obtained comprehension. 85% of the students moved up at least one level of reading. Students showed newfound enthusiasm, volunteering to read out loud and choosing more complex books, and I think that's very encouraging. After retiring from the school district, I opened up a daycare, Beginners Unlimited, and I implemented the Reading Mastery Program as part of my daily curriculum. Why? Because it works. I used it with pre-K and elementary students, which was a success. Was a success. Reinstating Reading Mastery is not just a program choice, it's an investment in our children's future. The goal is to develop strong reading skills. Is that it? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina Thompson will be followed by Cheryl Booker.
My name is Tina Thompson, and I am a parent of a former student who benefited from the success of the Reading Mastery Program. I stand here today to strongly encourage the return of the Reading Mastery program in our grade schools. My perspective comes not only as a parent, but also as someone who has firsthand knowledge with a lasting impact that this program can have on a child's education and confidence. My daughter began the Reading Mastery program at the age of 4. At that critical stage of early development, the program's structured and systematic approach to literacy provided her with a strong foundation in phonics, vocabulary, and comprehension. This early start gave her both the skills and the confidence to enter kindergarten, not just as ready to learn, but eager and excited to learn. Because of Reading Mastery, learning to read was never a source of frustration for her. I can still remember finding her late at night reading under a small light after bedtime, not because she had to, but because she wanted to. The program instilled in her the belief that reading was fun, meaningful, and achievable. Throughout her elementary years, she thrived in kindergarten through second grade. She consistently excelled in her class, winning spelling bees and confidently volunteering to read aloud in front of her peers. Even as an only child without older siblings to model language or vocabulary, Reading Mastery gave her the tools that she needed to stand out. As she advanced into a more competitive public school, the foundation she had built through Reading Mastery allowed her to remain among the top students in her class. By middle school, she consistently achieved mastered grade level in all of her core subjects. In high school, she earned advanced academics performance on state assessments. Today, she is a successful university sophomore, awarded honor scholarships that cover most of her tuition and living expenses. In short, Reading Mastery at the age of 4 gave my daughter an early literacy advantage that shaped her academic journey and instilled confidence in her. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cheryl Booker, followed by Rosalind Hubbard.
Good evening. I will be speaking on literacy, and I thank you for the opportunity. I thank you for the opportunity to share my experience with Reading Mastery. As an elementary teacher, I use Reading Mastery with first through third graders, and I also saw its impact with my own 3 daughters. The program didn't just teach phonics, it built confidence, fluency, and true comprehension. My students and my daughters learned to read with flow and understanding rather than by word. One of my daughters, strong in math, excelled even more because she could fully understand word problems. All 3 of my daughters became confident readers, and the same was true for the students I taught. Today, many schools are struggling without programs like this. If we truly want no child left behind, we must give them the tools to read, and Reading Mastery works, and I believe it deserves a place in the schools. Thank you.
Next speaker, Rosalind Hubbard, is followed by Wanda McKinney.
Good evening to all. I want to take a few minutes to talk about the importance of Reading Mastery program. I'm going to read straight from my deal because I don't want to get off board. And why reinstating it in our schools would be such a powerful step towards our students. Reading Mastery is a research-based structured literacy program that has been proven effective for decades. It uses explicit, systematic instruction to help children build strong foundational skills in phonics, literacy, vocabulary, as well as comprehension. What makes it unique is its ability to reach all students and all learners, whether the child is struggling on grade level, whether the child is advanced, so the program provides clear steps on how to build confidence and measurable progress in their learning. One of the most compelling aspects of Reading Mastery is that it closes the gap early. Students it has been shown that students who use the program are more likely to meet grade level benchmarks, require less remedial later on, and demonstrate stronger performance in other subjects. Because when a child learns and reads fluently, they can then read to learn, and then that changes everything. The program really made a special impact on my family as my son, James, participated in reading mastery under Ms. Williams, and I saw firsthand how it transformed his academic journey. Before starting reading mastery, James struggled with reading and often felt discouraged, but through the structured lessons and consistent reinforcement, he not only caught up with his peers, but he also gained a new sense of confidence in himself. That confidence extended beyond reading. He became more engaged in class, more willing to try, and more successful across all of his subjects. Reading mastery gave him the tools he needed.
Thank you. Next up, Ms. Wanda McKinney, followed by Laura Ramirez.
Good evening. You each have a fact sheet before you about the Reading Mastery Program. Dr. Molinar, thank you for your email response yesterday regarding the implementation of the program in Fort Worth ISD. Although we've never met to discuss the implementation of it, on March 27th, I did request that you meet with the 3 teachers and current educators who participated in the 2003 PBS documentary, A Tale of Two Schools, that featured Reading Mastery being successfully implemented at Walton Elementary, a predominantly African-American campus. I never received a response. On April 7th, after the Read to Win presentation, we did have a brief in-person exchange about the implementation of the program, to which you suggested possibly doing it as a Fort Worth after-school pilot program at Walton, which I eagerly affirmed. In your email yesterday, you reiterated that you'd be happy to see how that can happen. Thank you. You mentioned that the new phonics curriculum, Blue Bonnet, specifically addresses the same areas as Reading Mastery. Like Reading Mastery, can it teach a 4-year-old who has no knowledge of letters or letter sounds to read? If not, it's not the same. In 2003, after using Reading Mastery at Walton for the past few years, 86% of third graders met reading grade level per the TOS state assessment. In 2025, 86% of third graders at Walton did not meet reading level according to STAR. The question is, why would this SBO or whatever entity cancel a program that clearly was working and obviously replace it with some that did not? I'll let y'all ponder that. The Reading Mastery Program must be brought back to Fort Worth ISD students now and will be brought back with or without the district support. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Ramirez is next speaker, followed by Bob Willoughby.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Laura Ramirez, and I am here on behalf of my son, Elias, a 5th grader at W.J. Turner Elementary. Nationally, 1 in 5 students reports being bullied at school. Victims are twice as likely to develop anxiety and depression, and 2.5 times as more likely to have suicidal thoughts. Suicide is now the 2nd leading cause in children ages 10 to 14. This is not just a statistic. This is what my son faces every day. Since 3rd grade, my son has been targeted by the same student. On August 19th, we are now in 5th grade. That would mark the 5th physical assault. Each time I reported it directly to administration, each time nothing meaningful was done, and it is not just my son. There are other students that he has targeted as well. This is bigger than bullying. This is a systematic failure that W.J. Turner has failed to protect my child and every other child in that classroom. Under David's laws, schools are required to prevent bullying, separate aggressors, and provide counseling. W.J. Turner has failed on all counts. My son was never offered mental health support, no restorative practices were implemented, and I was never notified first by the school, only by my son or other parents. Meanwhile, the aggressor remains in the class without any consequences, and my son, the victim, has been kept home for 5 days for his own safety. His absences are still being marked as unexcused, even with a doctor's note. My demands for this board: immediate separation of the aggressor and my son, mandatory counseling and restorative practices put in place for both students to address trauma and prevent reoccurrence, clear enforcement of David's law, review and revise Fort Worth ISD bullying policies, attendance correction for all days related to safety concerns, a written timeline for corrective action. The time for excuses is over. My son and every student in Fort Worth ISD deserved better.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bob Willoughby, followed by Amanda Ine.
Hi. Well, I guess heard a lot of people want transparency, and want the kids to learn how to read and that kind of stuff. That's good. But what's missing through our whole system and the fabric of our city and our country is honesty, respect, integrity, moral values. That we're not getting. Not one of y'all have answered any of the questions I put forward over the last, even goes back years. Some pretty simple cosmetic questions, and you didn't answer those either. Now, that's something I learned a long time ago, not to trust people that don't answer questions. That's what we need to teach in school. Teach these kids that when they grow up, which would be better if you had to make a choice? A kid that can read or a kid that's honest? Say you had to choose one. I mean, you had to choose one. Which one do you think would be the best way to go? Honesty or can read? I'm going to go with honesty. Honesty will get you to the gates of heaven. Reading may not, okay? That's what I think. There's no honesty, and that's what's missing through our commissioner court, our city council, the mayor and all them. No respect from this board. I've asked you to open the schools up to allow us to campaign in them. They're just an empty building on the weekends. And they're conveniently located right in the neighborhoods where you can get people involved because our voting is so low. 1% on the commissioner court. And they're whining about the redistrictizing. Well, I told the woman in District 2, I said, you're whining because of redistrictizing, so you're only saying you can get elected because you're a Democrat or because you're black or because you're a woman, and that's it? How about qualifications? We don't hire people, none of these offices for qualifications, what's missing through our whole system. And it starts off first thing, answering questions. So no, I learned not to respect people that don't respect me, and you've never answered a question. That's disrespectful as can be. So I don't know what to do, ain't nothing much I can do, but keep coming down here and bitching, so I'm gonna keep doing it. Maybe someday I hope someone will run for school board, a decent person that will answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Amanda Ine, followed by Ernie Moran.
Good evening. I remember sitting in this boardroom in March when two of you asked and were promised that the curriculum and the IPCs would be delivered on time and be of good quality. They were not delivered until the Friday after new teacher began. We could not interact with curriculum during training. In several instances now, in the only 6 weeks that I have available to me, learning objectives on the daily IPC do not align to the state standards. In many cases, the demonstration of learnings do not align to the depth of the state standard. We have all the teachers using this, and I'm very worried that this is going to lead to loss and no gains, maybe backwards. In several vital parts of the lesson are removed, which children need to bridge what they're learning to application. You cut my reading block in half. Elementary, bilingual, some middle school and high school courses started without any curriculum or unfinished curriculum. You tell me that I shouldn't waste any moment in the classroom, yet here we are wasting moments. Now, the district is scrambling, offering teachers to write curriculum, building the plane as we fly it. If we are truly focused on literacy and beyond a piece of paper, then why are librarians and dyslexia teachers split between 2 or 3 campuses in our most high need and most underperforming campuses? This does not make sense to me. In the past 2 weeks, over 20 teachers, many of them TIA, have reached out to me that say they're gonna leave by the end of school, if not January. It's all over social media too. We cannot afford this loss. We were promised non-negotiable apps such as iReady and Myon so the children could access reading and math help. These are non-operable for students as of today. This is unacceptable. If I showed up this unprepared, I'd be on a growth pan, and not to grow me, but to grow me outside.
Thank you. Ernie Moran is going to be followed by Sabrina Ball.
I want to acknowledge that we are on land ceded and shared by the Tawakani, Kickapoo, Jumanos, Wichita, and Comanche nations. Let's begin by saying that we are living through a very dangerous time. Everyone in this room is in one way or another aware of that. We are in a revolutionary situation, no matter how unpopular that word has become in this country. The society in which we live is desperately menaced, not by Khrushchev, but from within. To any citizen of this country who figures himself as responsible, and particularly those of you who deal with the minds and hearts of young people, must be prepared to go for broke. Or to put it another way, you must understand that in the attempt to correct so many generations of bad faith and cruelty, when it is operating not only in the classroom but in society, you will meet the most fantastic, the most brutal, and the most determined resistance. There is no point in pretending that this won't happen. James Baldwin wrote a talk to teachers in 1963, and those words are as relevant today. It's my 17th year in the classroom, and he might as well have written that 5 years ago when we started telling you that the extremists were creeping in, and they were knocking on the door, and they've burst through. Whether it's our curriculum, whether it's our mental health services for students, you're ignoring what needs to happen because you're trying to appease that side. And as we've seen at the Commissioner's Court and at City Council and all around this community, that bully is not going to go away if you appease it. That bully is not ever going to be satisfied. They are going to want and want and want and want more and more and more. And if you don't stand up to them, this institution as we know it is going away. I beg you to have some courage. My 12-year-old went last week and spoke to the House Public Education Committee about STAR testing. I pray that you grow some of the backbone that my 12-year-old has. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabrina Ball will be followed by Scott Blanco Davis.
The chicken or the egg? That's always a question, right? Who is to blame for how we got to a potential takeover? I grew up in public school, my kids are in it, and I'm gonna blame the chicken. That's the state. But you are not free from blame. Who needs a takeover when you can do the work for them? The destruction of public school only works if you comply. Time and again, they demand you use their methods, their curriculum, their test, and you say, sir, yes, sir. Even as kids flee public schools, their system is failing by design, and you are paving the way. Some of your most qualified high school English teachers spent years vetting, improving, and developing a stellar curriculum. They build trust, character, and have exemplary STAR test pass rates and student placement in AP classes. And the Friday before school started, you walked in and kneecapped them. You dumped their successful curriculum for a year-long STAR prep based on short reading passages, no novels. Why? Because you don't have the capacity to serve the complex needs of students and evaluate what works. You serve the state that continues to fail us. These teachers are resolved to serve our students in spite of your curriculum. Those kids who aspire to succeed should be given the opportunity to do so, to continue the success that was proven. One size does not fit all. Families will leave for charters or private schools that get that. Quit doubling down on failure. For 30 years, you've served a master who does not want us to succeed. Don't you think it's time to serve our kids instead? You work for our families, not for Austin. I need you to prove it. And because I have a few more seconds, reading mastery works. I have watched that, and my kids went through Spanish immersion, and it mirrors that. And those Spanish immersion kids pass every STAR. Every year. Look at it.
Thank you. Scott Blanco Davis is going to be followed by Jeremiah Taylor.
Good afternoon. I'm usually here for students and teachers, but it's a little bit different this time. So I got to ask a question. Has Fort Worth forgotten the difference between legal and morally correct? Because what's happening to some of our head custodians just isn't right. My head custodian said I could use him as an example. He's been with the district since 2014. He started at my school in 2017, which is labeled a high school. They just dropped his salary $10,000. That's a fifth of his salary. And they say because of our numbers, the designation doesn't matter. He's being now changed into an elementary head custodian. He lost a fifth. That means if he was on a $200,000 salary, like some of the people here, he would have lost $40,000. He has set up over the last 8 years, 9 years, his house payments, his car payments, everything in his life. His kids go to our school because they come with him, and they're doing awesome. And he's got to reevaluate all that this year because he's going to be short $800 or more a month. Look, I understand we need to save money, but this is only going to affect like 10, 20 people. It's $130,000 out of $1 billion budget. What are we saying to our foundational employees when you can drop their salary arbitrarily $10,000? He didn't even get his raises and accommodations back. He got a base salary. That's legal, I'm sure. Is it moral?
Thank you. Jeremiah Taylor will be followed by Carolyn James.
Hello, board. My name is Jeremiah Taylor, and I'm from the Young Men's Leadership Academy. And I'm here today because my bus is always late. Different year, same problem. At this point, I'm starting to wonder if it runs on a different time zone, or maybe it just likes to make a dramatic entrance. Every morning, I'm out here waiting. It feels like I'm waiting for a celebrity to show up. Will it arrive? Won't it arrive? Spoiler alert, it does. Fashionably late, though. Now, this might sound funny, but this is actually a big problem. I'm late for school every day. Yes, every day. And because of this, I'm missing important class time. I want to be there on time. I'm not just asking for a limo, but a bus that is supposed to come when it's supposed to. The real issue here is that it isn't just an inconvenience. It's hurting my education. Every time my bus is late, I'm starting my day behind, like showing up to a movie halfway through and trying to figure out the plot. And honestly, the route feels like it was designed for a sightseeing tour. My bus makes so many stops. I'm surprised that we don't have a tour guide with a microphone saying, "And on your left, another late student." We want to learn, but the current system makes it hard. The only thing on time every day is the bell that I keep missing. I'm not trying to set a new world record for most dramatic late entrance in school history. I just want to be in class when it starts. So please help us fix this, because right now, my bus and I are in a toxic relationship. It shows up late, I forgive it, then it does it again the next day. Let's break the cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn James is up next, followed by Emily King.
He's a tough act to follow. Good evening. My name is Caroline James, and I've been talking to you about identifying and serving students with dyslexia for 14 months now. So much has happened. When Andrew was diagnosed with dyslexia, my first order of business was getting him the help that he needed. Then my focus turned to other students. Aren't you lucky? I want you to know how much I appreciate our conversations. I appreciate your time and your attention, but most of all, I appreciate you taking action. When you look at someone's budget, you understand their priorities. Your priorities are clearly on literacy. I'm most excited about $555,000 spent on a phonics program, $29,950 on screening 7th graders for dyslexia, and $550,000 on serving kids with dyslexia. These are the expenditures that speak to me. These are the initiatives that will serve kids like mine. We're talking about kids after all. We're talking about kids who spend 7 hours a day in classrooms where it feels like everyone has the keys and you don't even know where the lock is. Dyslexia can be very isolating. When everything depends on being a strong reader and you can't read, school is torture. I'm most excited about finding and serving middle school students who have dyslexia. I know there is a cost associated with this, both for the resources to find the students and the professional development to train the teachers who will serve them well. This is a bold step. You're acknowledging that there are students who made it to 7th grade without an accurate diagnosis, and that you're willing to find and serve them. What will it mean when a 7th grader is told, you know what? We know you're having trouble reading. Your brain works differently. It's our fault we didn't find it sooner, but now that we have, we've got you. Because the truth is, the fact that your brain works differently means you are a problem solver. You see things the way your classmates don't, We need your unique brain, and we're going to help you get this reading thing under control so you can go off and do great things, because that's what they're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily King, followed by Amirni Solis.
Good evening, board. I'm Emily King. I have 5 children across the district. I am Terrell, Young Men's Leadership, and 3 at Ridgely Hills. I have 2 dyslexic children. I want to thank y'all for approving more than $300,000 in funding for dyslexia resources. This is a monumental step forward that will help students. Both as a parent and as an advocate, I cannot thank you enough for your commitment to the future. As we celebrate this milestone, I'd also like to ask for clarity on the timeline. When will this training go into place? How long do we expect it to be fully implemented and reflected in the growth and success of our children? Families and teachers are eager to know what the rollout will look like and when we can expect to see these changes and how we will monitor those changes. I also encourage us to carefully look at how this funding will strengthen early identification, updating our pre-screening process, and ensuring that pre-K and kindergarten teachers receive training will make a world of difference. Educating those teachers who are often the first to see the early signs is one of the most powerful ways that we can use this investment. Early intervention saves years of struggle for a child and empowers the teachers with the tools that they need to help the students thrive from the very beginning. And if they're able to identify, then they can move forward. They can make those steps to create change and not have to be trying to play catch up like my daughter is now and start at a disadvantage. So once again, I want to thank you for this funding and for your dedication to the students in the district. With clear timelines, thoughtful implementation, and a focus on early identification, we can assure that this $300,000 can truly transform lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Amirni Solis, followed by Kelly Moreno.
Before starting, I do want to request an interpreter. Thank you. Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva.
Good evening, members of the board.
Mi nombre es Amairani Solís y soy madre de familia y defensora de aprendizaje temprano en nuestra comunidad.
Mi nombre es Amalia.
My name.
I'm sorry. My name is Amalia Solís, and I am a parent and advocate for early childhood learning in our community.
En el pasado, programas como Avance brindaron apoyo vital a las familias y a los niños durante los años más importantes, desde el nacimiento hasta los 5 años.
In the past, programs like Advance provided vital support to families and children during the most important years of development, from birth to age 5.
Aunque entendemos la decisión del distrito de tomar un nuevo rumbo, muchos de nosotros seguimos comprometidos en continuar este importante trabajo en nuestra comunidad.
While we understand the district's decision to take a new direction, many of us remain committed to continuing this important work in our community.
Hoy me da gusto compartir que los instructores de padres que antes servían a nuestras familias se han unido para lanzar una nueva iniciativa llamada Aragi.
Today, I am excited to share that the parent instructors who previously served our families have come together to launch a new initiative called Aragi.
Aragi se centrará en el desarrollo de los padres y el apoyo comunitario, incorporando prácticas comprobadas de programas anteriores que ayudaron a los niños y familias a prosperar.
Aragi will focus on parent development and community support while incorporating proven practices from previous programs that help children and families thrive.
Nuestra visión es empoderar a los padres, fortalecer a las familias y brindar a los niños el mejor comienzo posible para el éxito escolar.
Our vision is to empower parents, strengthen families, and provide children with the strongest possible start for school success.
Creemos que hay espacio para colaborar.
We believe there is room for collaboration.
ya sea compartiendo recursos, brindando acceso a la familia, colaborando en capacitación y referencias,
whether through sharing resources, providing access to families, or working together, or training and referrals.
Pedimos al distrito que mantenga abierta la puerta para trabajar juntos por el bien de nuestros niños y nuestra comunidad.
We ask the district to keep the door open to partnership for the benefit of our children and community.
Gracias por su tiempo y por apoyar los esfuerzos que ayudan a las familias y a nuestros pequeños estudiantes a tener éxito.
Thank you for your time and supporting efforts that help families and young learners succeed.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. Kelly Moreno, followed by Adrian Alexander Haynes.
I had a whole comment written up and I realized I didn't really need it because I think the only thing I need to point out is that the ratings have been released and there are now 10 elementary schools that have achieved an A rating, which is terrific. And 3 of those schools have had that A rate, have managed to achieve that A rating every year since COVID, ratings resumed after COVID. Those 3 schools are Tanglewood, Tanglewood's Overflow, Overton Park, and De Zavala. Closing De Zavala it's an abysmal decision. This is a school that serves an underserved population, and it's one of the few schools that serves that population that is thriving. It is doing so well, and a C-rated district just can't afford it. So I'm just here to remind you that De Zavala got another A rating. That's all.
Thank you. Adrian Alexander Haynes, followed by Pamela Bennett. And after Mrs. Bennett, our final speaker today will be Josiah Aine.
Good evening to the board and president. My name is Pamela Bennett. I'm the family engagement specialist at Edward J. Briscoe Elementary. What I'm wanting to talk about is saving my campus. We have a lot of people in our community that walk to school. Also, last week we did the walking school bus. So if you go on our page, you'll see that it is so many parents that walk their schools to school. We have pre-K3 and pre-K4 students that their parents walk. With the distance they walk already, it still takes them quite a bit of time to get there. Those 2 grade levels will not even be able to get on a school bus, even if y'all give us a school bus in our community. Also, we did with the school bus, we went from apartment building to apartment building. So we have asked y'all to come out and walk with us, either our morning walk or our afternoon walk, just to see the distance that they do walk. If y'all do move us to either Morningside or Carroll Peak, that's a longer distance. Our parents already struggle to get their students to school by walking. That's going to even be a longer distance for them to be walking. Even as I spoke on the last meeting, even though it rains in our community or it's a colder day, our students still show up for school no matter what time of day it is. Sometimes it's 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock when it stops raining, but the students still walk there, the parents still walk them there. So we offer y'all the time to come out and walk with us just to see the distance that they do walk already and the distance that they will have to walk if y'all move us. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker today is Josiah Aine.
Hello, my name is Josiah, and I just wanted to say that the best schools are closing, and I am taking tests every day when I'm not supposed to, and I do not like it because it stresses me out, and I could learn more instead of testing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts this evening. Now we are at public hearing. Public hearing for the Fort Worth Independent School District's 2023-2024 state compensatory education report. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Molinar.
Thank you, President Martinez. I'd like to introduce our CFO, who will do our report today and open our public hearing. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Molinar. President Martinez, members of the board, Carmen Arieta Candelaria, and the Chief Financial Officer for the district. This evening, I'm presenting the State Compensatory Education Report for fiscal year 23-24 that was just filed with the state in accordance with its timeline. Just to remind you and the public, the State Compensatory Education is a program that's designed to supplement the regular education programs for those students that are identified as at risk of dropping out of school and students that are educationally disadvantaged. These funds flow through the state's funding formula, and they are accounted for, budgeted for in the district's general fund. The purpose of the state compensatory education funds is to increase academic achievement and reduce the dropout rate. There are 4 requirements with regards to SCE. First is the alignment with the comprehensive needs assessment that we conduct, as well as the campus and district improvement plans. The second aspect is that we are required to evaluate the SCE-funded programs on an annual basis, and that is done through the Grants and Development Department in my area. Also, the third requirement is 55% of the summary of finance revenue has to be spent on students, on student direct services. And we do that through accounting, through our internal accounting system, and we code them with the specific program intent code. And then the fourth is we hold an annual public hearing, and this hearing is in compliance with that requirement. We also required, let me talk a little bit about that state spending requirement of 55%. 45% has to be used or may be used for administrative costs that are not directly accountable to the SCE program. 55% of the funds have to be spent on allowable costs to support program and services to improve academic achievement. Looking at the measure for 23-24, we generated $94,283,000 through the formula. We're required to spend $51,855,845, and we have spent $99,595,485. We've met the requirement, and I'm going to talk a little bit about how we've met the requirement with regards to this spend. Here you can see the annual performance requirement from going back to 2021, and you'll see this spending of the years in 22, 23, and 24 that are exceeded over 100%, with 117% in 22, 150% in 23, and then 106% in 24. How we have exceeded that requirement is TEA allowed us to use multiple sources including ESSER funding. And that's how we've exceeded the requirements by allocating a lot of those funds in the ESSER fund specifically for the SCE program intent code. So if you take those together, the amounts that we spent out of our general fund, $48,203,000, plus the amount in our Fund 282, our ESSER, is $51,392,000. That's how you get to the $99,595,000 that we spent. Starting in 25-26, due to the state legislature, the 55% spending requirement has been removed. However, for 24-25, you'll see it one more year where we have to meet that spending requirement. And what do we spend the monies on? There's various programs. They are in detail expenditure by function and other categories contained in the annual report. But in addition to these funded programs that I've listed here, we also fund 599 employees full-time and then 29 part-time employees, the part-time being primarily in the after-school program, for a total of 628 people that's attributed to the programs. This annual report is posted on the district's website for the public's review. There is that is what the report looks like, and there is a website down at the bottom of this slide where you can click and go review the report. We also encourage public comment, again, here at this hearing, and input. We provide an email for that input at grantsemail@fortworthisd.org, and just please include in the email subject line SCE public comment/input. We'll be happy to take that information, that comment period, and respond to any concerns or questions that the public may have. So with that, I stand ready for any questions or any public comment with regards to the report.
Trustees, are there any comments or questions concerning the state compensatory education report? Seeing none, we have no speakers signed up. So that will actually conclude the public hearing. It's now closed.
Thank you.
We will move on to the public hearing to discuss the proposed 2025-2026 tax rate. And I will turn it over to Dr. Muller.
Thank you, President Martinez. We're going to continue with Carmen going over our tax rate for 25-26, which will also lead into public comment for this public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Molinar. Again, President Martinez, members of the board, this is the culmination of our budget process for 25-26, where we ask you, the board, to adopt a tax rate. We are on track. We received the certified values on July 25th from the Tarrant Appraisal District. And on August 1st, we submitted our information to compute the maximum compressed rate, and we have received approval from the state with regard to that maximum compressed rate. On August 13th, the Budget Department did publish our proposed tax rate in the newspaper. Once again, it wasn't a required notice, but we felt for full transparency, we republished. And then on August 26th today, we're hoping to adopt the tax rate for 25-26. Looking at the proposed tax rate for 25-26, here is a slide that breaks down the components of that tax rate as a maintenance and operation, or M&O rate, interest and sinking, I&S rate, for a total tax rate made of those two components. The adopted rate last year was 0.7869 for M&O and 27.55 for I&S, for a combined tax rate of 1.0624. The proposed rate for 25-26, slight correction there on the date for the content that was published on the website. That is the proposed rate for 25-26, that comprised of the M&O rate for 0.7869. And then our interest and sinking fund did decrease by 3.33 cents. We had projected back in May and June that tax rate was going to come down primarily due to the homestead exemption. And so I'm going to be going over that a little bit. But overall, our proposed tax rate is 1.0291, or a reduction overall of 3.33 cents. Our no new revenue tax rate is calculated by the Truth in Taxation documents is 0.9813. So I'm going to go over some of those three components. Last year's tax rate was the actual rate that the school district used to determine property taxes last year. That's the 1.0624. This year's no new revenue tax rate formerly was referred to as the effective tax rate. It's the tax rate that would impose the same total taxes as last year if you compare the properties taxed in both years, less any improvements made to those properties. But it does not account for impacts in state aid or recapture that would occur if the rate was adopted. This year's voter approval tax rate is the rollback, used to be known as the rollback rate, and that's the highest tax rate that the school district can set before it must hold a tax ratification election. This is also the district's proposed tax rate. And that tax rate is set by the state. The state sets our maximum compressed rate of 0.61 $1,469, and then we add our 17 cents to that rate to come up with the M&O rate of 0.7869. There's also some legislative impacts this year to the tax rate. There's two. Senate bill that relates to homestead exemptions. The first one is under Senate Bill 4 that would change the homestead exemption from $100,000 to $140,000 per eligible homestead. And the state has provided some additional state aid to hold districts harmless for this decrease in local tax revenue. The second is under Senate Bill 23, and that proposes to increase the homestead exemption of a person who's elderly or disabled from only in school districts. We currently have that exemption set at $10,000. That would go to $60,000 per eligible person's resident homestead. And that, again, the state has provided some additional state aid to cover that decrease. Both of these increases are contingent upon the passing of the constitutional amendment that Senate Joint Resolution has called for, and it will be on voters' ballots in November of 2025. However, those rates or those homestead exemptions have been assumed in the tax rolls. Okay, so we were provided two tax rolls from the Tarrant Appraisal District, but we use the tax roll that assumes that that constitutional amendment will pass, that both of those will pass, okay? And the tax rate is also predicated on those two amendments passing in November. The other item that happened in this legislative cycle is that there were additional provisions in both Senate Bill 4 and 23 that wasn't contingent on the passage of that constitutional amendment, that again would reduce additional state aid if we passed a tax rate that was higher than the tax rate that was required to service our debt, our scheduled debt. So that means they discourage the defeasance. And I think I went over that during the budget presentation, is that would mean that we would lose that hold harmless. And we did not want to recommend that. We have about $19 million in hold harmless that we would not want to forgo for the sake of defeasing the debt. But that does mean that next year, more than likely, our tax rate will have to go up, okay? Now, looking here, this is a requirement in House Bill 1522 beginning in September 1st, 2025. Since we were provided the data from the Tarrant Appraisal District, I went ahead and included it. This is the type of information that you should receive next year and that we're required to provide to the public next year. So let's look at the median value for a current year median appraised value of a home, $226,000. If you take the homestead exemption of $140,000 and apply the proposed tax rate of 1.0291, the levy would be $885.20. The prior year median appraised value is a little lower, $218,819. You apply the homestead exemption there against our current tax rate of 1.0624, and the tax bill would have been $1,262.33. So you can see there a change because of the change in the median value, which went up $7,198, the homestead exemption going up to $40,000. We have a decrease in our tax rate. Therefore, overall, we have a decrease in the levy of $377.13. Now, that is just the example of the median value. Of course, if homes are more, then it would be not as significant of a savings, but it still would be a savings because of the homestead exemption and the lower rate. This is the history, the 10-year history of our tax rate and where we've been. Again, this combined rate of 1.0291, which is comprised again of the M&O rate, 78.69, which is the same rate in this current year, this past year. And then our INS rate went down as expected because also our debt service requirements are lower. So you're going from 27.55 to 24.22, that combined rate there of 102.91. Couple of things for the board to know is that for a school district, the vote on the resolution that we have before you that exceeds the sum of the no new revenue M&O tax rate of the district and the district's debt rate must be a record vote. And that vote, because it does exceed the sum, we require 60%, or at least 6 of you to vote in the affirmative of the resolution. And then a motion on that resolution has to be in the specific language that says, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of blank, which is effectively up, and that's where you insert the percentage, percent increase in the tax rate. You have asked in the past for us to provide tax rates for the surrounding school districts, so we did our best to get the rates that were available to us, and we still remain the second lowest tax rate overall behind Carroll ISD. Carroll ISD is 0.9602. We weren't able to get Eagle Mountains at the time of the publication, but we remain the second lowest at 102.91 there, as you know, all of the surrounding school districts. So with that, the language required, again in the motion, is before you, that I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 1.0291, which is effectively a 4.87% increase in the tax rate. If there's any questions that I may answer.
Trustees, are there any comments or questions concerning the proposed 2025-2026 tax rate? Dr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, on the proposed legislation in November, what if it doesn't pass? What happens?
So if it doesn't pass, I would assume that we would have an issue with regards to that. We would probably have set the tax rate too high. And so I don't know what would happen. I think we've set the tax rate at a higher rate than we needed. We would probably get less state revenues, is what I would surmise. I think the tax rate would remain the same, but you would tax on a higher tax roll. I don't believe by state law you can go back and undo your tax rate. There's statutory requirements. I think that's what would happen is the state we would probably get less state revenues for the district.
So if it doesn't pass next year, would we have to reconcile charging too much?
I would say more than likely that would occur, but historically, no one has ever not voted for getting a break on their taxes. So I would say that that's probably a highly unlikely to not pass.
I agree, but in these times, I don't know how anybody votes anymore, so.
I
Thank you.
understand. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Trustee Lynch?
Just to be clear, on the INS rate, you're speaking about next year going up. That just requires board vote, correct?
It just requires just a board vote, yes. It's not part of the VADR, so statutorily on the INS portion, you are allowed to go up to 50 cents and to meet your debt service requirements. Obviously, we wouldn't go up to that amount, but statutorily, you can adopt a tax rate that would allow you to satisfy your debt service requirements.
Okay. And can you speak to the 17 cents a little bit, kind of inform the board and the public kind of what those are?
So those have been voted on through various or past tax ratification election, otherwise known as TREs. And the public has adopted those enrichment pennies in order to augment the district's property tax revenue. And so that's what they are called. They're called enrichment pennies, Tier 2. We do get some benefit from the state for having some enrichment pennies. I believe the first 8 are called the golden pennies and gives you a little bit more money, a little bit more matching money, if you will, from the state. But all of those pennies have been voted upon in prior tax ratification elections, and they're allowed to roll forward along with your maximum compressed rate.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. At this time, we would hear from those who requested to speak concerning the public hearing to discuss the proposed 25-26 tax rate. However, we have no speakers signed up. So the public hearing is now closed. Next on the agenda are action items. We have A, approve to accept the certified appraisal rolls for the tax year 2025 for the Fort Worth Independent School District. Do I have a motion? You have a question? Okay. Do I have a motion? Dr. Rodriguez.
I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of $1.0291, which is effectively a 4.87% increase in the tax rate.
Do we have a second? Trustee Dar, second. Any discussion? Trustee Lynch?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment. I support the budget. Dr. Molinar, I support everything that we're doing to impact kids. I'm having a hard time kind of looking at what we're doing as far as moving forward. We've got less students. We're going to have less buildings and continue to increase the tax burden. I think we need to keep doing what we're doing and take care of kids. So I can't support that motion.
Any further discussion? All right. We will move to voting. And the motion passes 7-2. We are now at B, accept the calculations of the no new revenue tax rate and the voter approval tax rate for the Fort Worth Independent School District. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar?
I move to accept the calculations of the no new revenue tax rate and the voter approval tax rate for the Fort Worth Independent School District.
Do I have a second? Second. Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. And the motion passes 9-0. We are now at C, approve resolution fixing and levying school district ad valorem taxes. Do I have a motion? Dr. Rodriguez?
I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of $1.0291, which is effectively a 4.87% increase in the tax rate. Is that the right one?
Jackson? Any discussion? Please move to voting. And the motion passes 7-2. We are now at D, approve an agreement for the purchase of attendance credit, option 3, and delegate contractual authority to the superintendent. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar?
I move for the 2025-26 school year that we delegate contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code 11.1511C4 to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under Texas Education Code 48.257 and Texas Education Code Chapter 49, Subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education as authorized under Texas Education Code 49.006, This included approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit or the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit, netting Chapter 48 funding.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Trustee Jackson. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion passes 9-0. Next on the agenda is the superintendent report, and I will turn it over to Dr. Molinar.
President Martinez, Superintendent Molinar, there seems to be an issue with the action item 9A. I believe the motion was not the correct motion.
With motion A.
If I may, President Martinez?
Yes.
Yes, it was just to, the motion should have read to just accept the certified appraisal rolls for the year 2025 for the Fort Worth ISD.
I see. Okay, so we'll need to redo that one. A,
Please.
approved to accept the certified appraisal rolls for the tax year 2025 for the Fourth Independent School District. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you so much.
Right. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Trustee Dar.
I move to approve I move to approve to accept the certified appraisal rolls for the tax year 2025 for the Fort Worth Independent School District.
Do we have a second? Second. Trustee Lobanos. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion passes 9-0. And now we are back to 10, Superintendent Report, and I will turn it over to Dr. Molinar.
Did we do the correct?
Thank you, President Martinez. This evening, I would like to share the report. We're going to talk about accountability, but more importantly, we're going to talk about next steps and how we're implementing our instructional framework to address and celebrate our wins this evening, but we have a tremendous amount of work still to go. So we are going to get started. It is officially the third week of school of the 25-26 school year. So I just want us to recognize that. We're entering into the third week, and just amazing how fast it goes that we've already started a new school year. So you'll see here, this is our district rating. This was released with our A through F accountability ratings. Currently, our district is remaining a C district. We were a 70 in 2024, and we have moved up to a 73. You'll see that we have 3 different areas that we're rated on overall as a school district: student achievement, school progress, and closing the gaps. And you'll see how we have started to make gains from 2023, 2024, and 2025, where we have moved from a 65D to, of course, now a 73. As we said, we have a long way to go. We want to be at a school district, and we need to work all together from pre-K to 12 to make this happen as an entire district. We do have some wins to celebrate. Our 2025 overall accountability A through F ratings. Many of you have seen this released publicly, but we wanted to share this evening at our board meeting. Our celebrations, as already pointed out through our public speakers tonight, that we had an increase of 70% for our campuses rated an A. We went from 10 campuses to 17 of our campuses are now A-rated campus this year. And then when we go over to the other side, we look at our F-rated campuses, we decreased by 65%. 31 campuses last year were rated F, and we now have 11 campuses. Still unacceptable that we have any of our students sitting on an F-rated campus or a D-rated campus. You'll see this chart where we have increased our B-rated campuses as well. Some of our C campuses have moved to Bs, some of our Ds have moved to Cs, and of course, some of our Fs have moved to Ds. 63 of our campuses this year gained at least one letter grade, or they maintained an A rating. 63 of our campuses. This is all of the hard work of our teachers, our students, and our support staff and administrators on those campuses. And that just happened in just 1 year's time. We also, as you see, we reduced the number of F-rated campuses. But more importantly, we have 10,000 students in our district that now are not sitting on an F-rated campus in Fort Worth Independent School District. 10,000 students that were sitting on an F-rated campus last year are now not sitting on a campus F-rated. And that is due to their hard work as students, once again, and the staff on those campuses, and the support staff that have supported them throughout the year. This is why we're implementing a new curriculum instructional framework. We do want to celebrate, and I never want to take away any type of wins from us as a district and from our hardworking staff, students, and parents. However, when you look at this visual here, you'll see that we did increase 69% of our campuses are now considered acceptable when you look at an A, B, or C. But we still have 31% of our campuses that are unacceptable. That means we cannot continue doing the same things we have been doing. We have to be strategic, we have to be explicit, we have to be intentional, and we need to monitor every single student. And you are right, when we implement a new curriculum, a new instructional framework, a new instructional delivery, we need to monitor them to make sure we do not slide and slip and go backwards. So tonight I'm going to be able to share how we're going to do that as well. Because whenever we implement something new, it takes time, it takes support, it takes everyone coming together to make it successful. And there are bumps, there's obstacles, and there's always things to tweak. But that's what learning, that's what growing is. That's called continuous improvement. And that's what we're doing here in Fort Worth ISD. But we're doing it bold, we're being aggressive, and we're not wasting time as well. So let's talk about also that we had a decrease, you'll see 14%. We had an increase of 42% of our campuses increased one or more letter grade. And then that means 86% of our campuses increased or maintained their prior rating. Still not enough when we have any of our campuses sitting as a D or an F. There we go. So what does this mean? We encourage our parents, our public, and all of our stakeholders here in Fort Worth ISD and in our surrounding city. We want you to view our ratings online, all the way down to not only our district ratings, but our campus ratings. You can find this in 2 different locations. We have updated our own website to be able to access that. And you'll see that web page right there, fwisd.org/ratings, where you can access all of our campus ratings. And then, of course, we have our txschools.gov, where you can also access Fort Worth ISD as well as any other school district in the state of Texas and look at their campus ratings as well. So there are highlights. We have these 3 campuses we really want to highlight tonight. We have ML Phillips. They went from a F-rated campus to a B-rated campus in 1 school year. They grew 34 points. That is truly a celebration for ML Phillips, their students, their staff in that community. Cesar Chavez Elementary was a rated F campus that went to a B campus in 1 year, 26-point gain. D. McCray campus, F-rated campus, went to a B, 24 points. And Varsity Williams went from an F campus to a B-rated campus, 23-point gain. All of these campuses are Title I campuses with high socioeconomic disadvantaged students. Dual language students, emergent bilingual students, refugee populations. These students did it, these teachers did it, the parents did it, and the staff did it. There's no excuses why any campus in Fort Worth ISD cannot make these gains. All of these campuses represent minority students, and they made these gains, an F to a B. True celebrations for these campuses. We also, on the other side, you're going to see where we had our campuses improve 2-letter grades. Our middle schools, I've been very transparent. We are in a urgent middle school crisis. We are double block in literacy. We are double block in math. And you can see when we put interventions in, and we're intentional with just some of the initiatives and some of the interventions we put in last year, how our middle schools can also flourish. J.P. Elder, F to a C. Kirkpatrick Middle School, an F to a C. Meacham Middle School, F to a C. Hubbard Heights Elementary, F to a C. Sam Rosen, F to a C. Bruce Schulke, F to a C. Waverly Park Elementary. Waverly Park Elementary, for those who do not know, also house our Deaf Ed program, which is also a regional program. They went from a D to a B. Our students with disabilities can learn and flourish as well when they're given the right resources. This shows you, this proves it. All of our students, the STAR Alt assessment increased the scores in Fort Worth Independent School District. Students with learning disabilities need the resources. They can show us time and time again that they are successful as well with the right resources in place. J.T. Stevens, F to a C. Woodway, F to a C. Bonnie Brea, F to a C. Dolores Huerta, a D to a B. Great gains, improved 2-letter gains for these campuses as well. Clickers up. So what are we doing? Because we know have some of our campuses that need to make improvement. And we have talked about our literacy plan, our district literacy plan. And we have been very transparent with that. And we have changed our funding. We have transitioned our funding to be able to support our literacy. And we're going to talk about some of that impact tonight. Our students are receiving whole class literacy instruction that is around the demonstration of learning. They receive enrichment and reteach based on student performance. When we have one of our students, and we need to pay a visit, Mr. Chowdhury, we need some support at that campus. If a student feel like they're testing every day, if they feel like that is a test, a 3 to 5 question demonstration of learning, then we need to go support that teacher, because that's not a test. That's progress monitoring. That's knowing if that student received that first teach, how did they do? Were they able to meet that level? Were they able to master that level, or do they need a reteach? You're seeing that in every single classroom from kinder to 12th grade, where we're monitoring our students to see what they need. That has not been done in the past. We teach and then we just went on. There was no way that we were pulling kids into small groups. We had no way of knowing in progress monitoring what did our kids need next. We're putting that in place this year. Teachers have access to the materials and the resources. We did have, Ms. Inea is right, we did have some of our frameworks not ready in our dual language, and we fixed that. We had to regroup. When we talk about shifting funding, we cut central personnel to put personnel back on campuses to give demonstration teachers, acceleration teachers. So we do not have as many content specialists in central administration as we did before. So when we talk about content writing and writing content and writing our framework, we are shorthanded because we put them back on the campuses because that's where they belong, to support teachers and support students. We took that funding and put it back on the campuses. So I am asking teachers who want to be a part of this initiative, teachers who know alignment, teachers who know rigor, teachers who work with us this summer. I am asking you if you would like to earn extra duty pay and help us with this initiative. I do not want a program that's written and given to us. I want it to meet the needs of our kids. What do our kids in Fort Worth ISD need? Using a high-quality instructional material such as Amplify, Bluebonnet Phonics, and Bluebonnet Math. And then we're writing an instructional framework around that. We put out a memo this past weekend on Friday asking principals to share that with their teachers. And I believe we're up to 51 teachers who are already volunteering to help. That will be compensated. You also have to have buy-in. I've heard, don't do something to us, do something with us. So when I'm asking you to come and write with us, come and sit and collaborate with us to give feedback on our new curriculum, we are listening, we are fixing, we are taking the tweaks. We're having teachers email us saying this is a game changer for them. They're not spending time doing lesson plan. They're spending time figuring out how to deliver instruction. They have the reteach lesson, they have the challenge lesson, they have the acceleration lesson. I had an assistant principal at a high school send an email that said their English 2 teachers are sitting in a professional learning community talking about instruction, talking about how to pull students in high school in small groups and working together what that looks like. She said as long as she's been at AP, she's not seen that, the excitement. We know that we're going to have criticism about something new we're implementing. We're not stopping. I'm not stopping. We're going to continue to implement the implementation. We will work through any tweaks we need to do. We will help build capacity. We will support our teachers. But we know this is what's best for our students because we're going to meet the needs of all of our students by providing a great first teach, assessing and monitoring, and doing a demonstration of learning that's 3 to 5 questions to know, do they need a reteach? Do they meet the first teach? They're ready to go into another block, or they're ready to be challenged because they mastered that. And what's important about that part is that we cannot continue to label every student every day if they're a tier 3 student. Students learn differently every single day. That's why we do a demonstration of learning. That's why we do a DOL. A student can master something one day. They don't deserve to be pulled into a tier 3 reteach if they mastered it. That's what that DOL tells us every day. If they mastered it, put them in an acceleration block. That is what monitoring tells us for our students each day. Our teachers have access to on-the-job training with our demonstration teachers. We are working on our schedules. We're taking time. They're helping build capacity around the buildings. Every elementary campus has a literacy demonstration teacher. Middle school, high schools have a literacy and a math demonstration teacher. So when they need to see how the curriculum's working, teachers can walk down the hall and see how a demonstration teacher is putting that into action as well. The district is allocating the funds to support this and to monitor student performance. And I want to thank our trustees for allowing us to make these changes last spring, adopt a budget to allow us to continue it. And we know we are short-staffed for writing, but that's okay. Because I don't want them to write 3, 6, 5 weeks ahead of time when we're listening to our teachers at how to tweak something and fix it. So we're not just writing and putting something out. So I want to thank for the continuous improvement on all of our departments, content specialists, math, special ed, bilingual, and literacy for doing that with us. So what does monitor instruction looks like? It has to start at the top. That includes me, how I'm monitoring instruction, how I'm bringing it here to this board that you will see as stakeholders, how we bring it. That includes how we're working with our executive directors, our principals, and our assistant principals. School leadership visits always include classroom walks. If you go into campus, you go in a classroom. You monitor the implementation of instruction. You support that teacher. We see how that implementation is going. I have been on campuses the last 2 weeks and 2 days in. I go in classrooms. I'm walking in classrooms. I'm talking to teachers. I'm asking them, how's the implementation going? What do you see? What do you like? What do you need help with? And then we get them support there that they need as well. We have instructional leadership team meetings we call ILT meetings that we review agendas, we look. That's when our principals and our APs, our demonstration teachers, our DIAGs, our LSSPs, our counselors, they're meeting and they're talking about student needs. What do our students need on that campus? We look at those agendas, we find the trends, and then we get the support out to those campuses as well. Of course, our PLCs, our professional learning communities, we're able now to, with a framework that we don't have to go and hunt to figure out what's going to be taught the next week. It's already there. So the professional learning communities, when those teachers come together by grade level or by content, they're able to actually already talk about the lesson. Look at the slides. If the slides are not what they need, they're able to tweak them. But at least we gave them a shell. We gave them an outline to start with so they did not have to start that themselves. They can add to it, they can scaffold to it. They have the ability to do that as well. Our data meetings, today I was at Mendoza Elementary. The principal and I walked classrooms. We saw some map testing, we saw some instruction, we saw some great pre-K, and then we also, she showed me how they have set up not only teacher data, but then all the way down to goal setting for students. Students are doing their own goal setting, their own data at Mendoza Elementary. She is changing systems in that school to meet the needs of her students. And I asked her, what do you need? What's happening? Like, what do you need to make this work? And she's like, we just need to believe and put students over adults. That's what she told me. And she goes, and everyone's all in here at Mendoza Elementary. Review the teacher feedback and strive. Our assistant principals and our principals are required to give teacher feedback. That's how we grow. That's how we get better. Public comment is our feedback. That's how we grow. That's how we get better. And that's how we know where we need to offer support. And that is theirs. They have to do feedback to their teachers, not to say what you're doing wrong, but what support do you need? Let's work together. What coaching do you need? And to build their capacity. We also, you're going to see how we're monitoring our demonstration of learnings to look for our data trends. And then, of course, we have our demonstration teachers and any other positions available. We have set up that if you are a data analyst, if you are a dean of instruction, and if you're an acceleration teacher, or if you're a Title I teacher, and you're on a campus, you will be pulling small groups of students. And we are monitoring that through a program, a Qualtrics, that we will be coming and sharing that data out and sharing with our board. Because if we're spending our funding, our state funding, our local funding on any personnel on a campus, they are required that at least part of their instructional day must be pulling students in small groups and help and intervene with those students as well. So what does the monitoring look like? So this is really how we're moving, starting at the administrator level, our principals and our assistant principals, how we're moving it and taking it and putting it into action. This is real world implementation. Like, we're asking our demonstration teachers to teach a half a day and model and then work with teachers and students. Now we're requiring our principals and assistant principals, instead of sitting in a monthly meeting and at the TLC, that they are now required to do what we call learning labs. And they already started those. So we've already done a round of learning labs for principal and a round of learning labs for assistant principals. Our principals and assistant principals are going on to campuses that show they already have great instruction and systems in place. They are learning how to calibrate. They're looking at, what does good implementation look like? What does the instructional framework implementation look like? How do you monitor the implementation and how it's going in the classroom? They're also looking at demonstration teachers and exemplar from our teachers. They calibrate and they give feedback with each other under the direction of the executive directors, the principal supervisors as well. And then we want our content executive director and support staff to be with them as well to give that support. When we see where the gaps are, then we need to address those gaps and offer that support. And then our principals and APs also will highlight and fishbowl those best practices and talk about them. What can they take back to their campuses? What do their campuses have in place that look similar? And where do they need to grow their campuses as well into this? So we're asking our principals and assistant principals to also be practitioners. Just like we're asking our teachers, we're asking our principals and assistant principals to do that as well. Some of our learning labs that we happened last week, we had CC Moss host. We know CC Moss is one of our high-rated campuses. We also had Alice Contreras that hosted, and I believe it was Kirkpatrick Middle School. There were some other ones at each level, but we want to thank those principals for second week of school opening their doors and hosting principals and assistant principals to learn from the systems they already have in place, high-achieving campuses. So we have a spot observation form that we are implementing this year that we will be using. And this is a district form all the way up from where I'm reviewing the data. And the data will be shared with cabinet. It will be shared with our board trustees here in meetings as well. And then, of course, we'll be meeting with our executive directors, our principals and assistant principals, a very transparent form called spot observation form. This shows us how we are doing with implementing our new instructional planning calendars and around our tier 1 instruction. Also, when you get deep into the framework, we look at how we're implementing our DOLs, our demonstration of learning, our tier 2 teach, and our tier 3 reteach. So we're going to be able to see as a district from each campus all the way down to each classroom, how are we implementing instruction in Fort Worth Independent School District with our high quality instructional materials on a consistent basis for our students. And then our school leadership walkthrough form has also changed to align with our new framework, as well as stay in alignment with our TPES, which is our principal and assistant principal evaluation form. There we'll be able to see which of our administrators, they need extra support and extra coaching as well. So we look forward to bringing some of those monitor instructional data to you. Here's just a peek of the implementation. So here's a sample. So this is our spot observation form. Here you can see that I can pull this up, and this is a daily form that I can pull up any day, or I can look at it by week. It shows you how many documents and how many staff members have completed it. If you look over on the right where you'll see those blue bars, where you see the instructional framework block, they have to click when they're going into a classroom. Are they looking at the first teach? Are they looking at the reteach? Are they looking at the challenge? So our framework is broken up in 3 different areas. So we are asking our assistant principals and principals to be able to identify when they go in the room, what are they observing? We cannot give feedback if we don't know and we're not aligned with the teacher of what we're observing during that day. When you look on the other side of the form, you'll see that we're looking for, of course, the standards, the clarity, and then, of course, how that lesson is being internalized by our students. And you'll see that we have a 1 through 3, where it's not observed, it's in progress, it's fully evident, or there's no responses at that time. So when we're looking at standards, we're able to judge it by a simple 1, 2, 3 of that classroom. When we go into the example of a first teach, we're looking for a course, are they on using the resources? Are they on the instructional framework? Are they following that instructional planning calendar? And then they also can give a not observed, in progress, or a fully evident, a 1, 2, 3. This is able to see which trends we need to support. Are we having difficulty moving from the first teach into the reteach or into the challenge block? We're going to be able to pull that data and know exactly every classroom, every campus to be able to offer that support as well. And then we're also going to know, is there fidelity to the implementation of the framework and the curriculum in addition to that? Here's another part of the monitoring form. This is our demonstrations of learning. And this is where every student, and here's a 3rd grade example. So every student after first teach has 3 to 5 quick questions that they do on their iPad or on their computer. And then we're working on how do we do some short answers as well for our older students, especially our ELAR students who are responsible for doing short responses. That aligns, of course, with our STAR assessment. So you'll see here, when you see the reteach block, you can see the 0 all the way to a 5. So that shows us how many questions in that DOL a student may have gotten right, correct, or may have gotten incorrect. If they got, let's just say, if there was 5 DOL questions, which is the sample here, and if they only got a 0 to a 3, you'll see where it says that reteach block. You'll see that red symbol there. That means we know those students did not receive that first teach. They are not ready to move on. They need a reteach. That allows the teacher like that to be able to know, let me pull the reteach lesson. I pulled these students into reteach. And then when you look on the other side of the page, the students who scored 4 or 5, they go on to a different small group lesson that's already provided for our teachers as well. So if they were at a meets level, then they have what we call a challenge A lesson that they move into. If they got all 5 DOL questions correct, they are at masters. There's no reason for them to sit and get a reteach. They need to be accelerated, they need to be stretched, they need to go on and learn more of that content and challenge their thinking as well. This supports the teacher how to group their students immediately. And this goes back to not every student should always be labeled a student that needs a reteach. And we've done that in the past. We either reteach the whole class because that's easier, or we skip the reteach and we just keep going on because we're not providing the support to the teachers of how to pull those groups and how to provide those resources. Now we're able to do that in Fort Worth Independent School District. So every single classroom should be pulling small groups. Because I believe that we have students in every single classroom, every single day, that meets or masters a first teach. Here's another example of what we're doing for our campuses. This is part of their campus improvement plans. We know we need to have goals. We need to make sure that we're moving our campuses. We're not only sustaining our A's, we're moving our B's to A's, our C's to B's, and our D's to C's, and our F's out of that F rating. So our ADQ team, our leadership team, and our content team have worked together to create what we call campus performance goal sheets. These are targeted models that every campus have goals, how to move up a rating. You'll see here's an example. In 2025, this particular campus is currently at 80. We are giving them a goal to be at 85 next year for a scale scored. And it will tell you what they minimally they need to score at 85, and you can see it all the way down to the subgroups for this particular campus. Their all groups were at a 58, their African American is 66, and the Hispanics was a 56. To meet this target, they have to move those groups to a 75. We're giving them targets, and this is how we're progress monitoring. This is why we need the DOLs. This is why we need to know how we're implementing our instructional framework and our instructional materials in our classrooms every day, because we need to monitor if our students are moving, then our campuses are moving, then our district moves as well to be on level. Also, you'll see here where we're looking at student achievement. There's growth, and then there's student achievement. Our third grade students on this campus currently at 24%. We need them to at least move to 29%. We actually need them to move even higher than that in reading. And then you can see where we have designated this one for goals for math as well in 4th grade, 5th grade. And then when we're looking at attendance, I understand attendance equals ADA and funding, but attendance for me equals instructional time. When students are in school, they're learning. We do receive funding when our students are in school, and we need funding. We need that to happen as well. But we need our students in school every day, and we need them there on time. You'll see here for this particular campus that we have done individual campus goals for chronic T absenteeism. That this campus currently has 13% of their students. So the goal is 10%. That's by working with parents. Students don't drive themselves to school. And if we have a bus late and we did not know, I checked, we did not know. We had no reports that YMLA had a bus late. But now we do. Nathan Graff knows and Kelly Spencer knows. We need him in school and the rest of the students to ride that bus on time. But we also need to work with our parents and make sure they understand the importance of our students being in school. We're asking not only our parents, but we're asking our city, if you provide appointments and services for our students, please provide some afternoon and evening options. When a student leaves for an appointment at 10 o'clock to go to the doctor or dentist, we don't get them back. They don't come back. They are missing a math block. They are missing a literacy block. And sometimes if it's a 10 o'clock appointment, they don't even come that day. So they're missing a whole entire day of instruction. So we need to work with our parents. We need to make sure they understand the importance of our students being there every day. And then, of course, our daily average attendance. This goal is to move up at least 1 percentage point here on this campus. So every 6 weeks, our executive directors, our principal supervisors will be meeting with the administrators to go over to see how they are meeting the goals here. So I'm going to get into enrollment and attendance we're, like we said, entering our 3rd week of school. We were projected for this school year to be at 68,965 students. We have shown where we are projected to continue to lose students over the next few years in Fort Worth ISD. As of the 9th day of school, so this is August the 22nd, our enrollment, we call them warm body counts because we are still enrolling students, waiting on paperwork. So for the first 9 days of school, we actually count our students, which is very difficult in our high schools. So we do want to tell our high school principals, as well as our middle school principals, thank you for the hard work with that. So we know this can be off numbers, and we watch this grow every day. Our physical count on the 9th day of school was 66,079 students. We are at 96. We were at 96% last year. You'll see here we're at 96.4 of our ADA for the first 2 weeks of school. So we are definitely working towards our attendance goals as well. We know that we are still working on our students in focus. We're showing 67,657. We still have a lot of students' paperwork we're completing in addition to that. And you'll see that we will be starting a new initiative called Operation School Matters. This will start September the 15th through the 19th. And this is a phone-a-thon that we will start. And then we also will be making some home visits where students who do not return will be reaching out. And actually, our campuses have already started that. But this is where we'll be requiring data to be also inserted into our portal of who we're speaking to at the home, finding out if they need support to come back to school. If they chose to go to a different district or a different school, a charter school, private school, we'll collect that information as well. However, we will be starting at the 15th through the 19th. We already have support staff lined up to assist with that and training them. But like I said, many of our schools have already started that work on their own. Here's a staffing update. As of the 26th, we still have 148 instructional vacancies. Our sub rate is at 95% fill rate on a daily basis as of last Friday. And you'll see here how we have broken down. Of course, we still have bilingual vacancies, and special ed are our highest vacancies at this time. We have started our leveling timeline as we decrease our enrollment in Fort Worth ISD. We look at every single campus. We spent Thursday and Friday, our leadership team, as well as our talent management team met, and I met with them on Thursday, where we started what we call our leveling process, where we look at our schools that have classrooms that are in need of additional teachers, our campuses, and then we look at our campuses that have a decrease in enrollment, that teachers can move to go help out and be relocated to campuses that have vacancies that have not been filled, or have classrooms that do not have enough students that we can combine and consolidate into other classrooms. That process started yesterday. Notifications have gone out. Our teachers who, what we call the surplus process, that will be assigned to a different campus, are given days to, of course, pack up, move to the campus, meet their students, get acquainted with the campus. They'll start on Tuesday, the day after Labor Day, to receive the students at the new campus. That will alleviate some of our needs in our bilingual area, our special education area, as well as some of our contents that we have vacancies, that we're able to move some of those teachers. We were very strategic in looking at the needs of our campuses. Our campuses that are F-rated campuses will be receiving, if they have a vacancy, our surplus teachers, as well as our high-need campuses. So we make sure we're being strategic of where we put the surplus teachers to make sure we're covering the vacancies on our campuses with the most need. There is a new requirement. In 2023, we discussed armed security officer requirements under House Bill 3. Under new legislation, it is required that we present this again. And so this is a reminder that Fort Worth ISD, we have decided to stick with our model, which is our school resource officers who are licensed police officers. At this time, we do not have enough officers to cover every single school. And we understand that, and in good faith and in good cause, we are working towards covering our campuses. So what does that look like? We are given 3 options by TEA, and our Fort Worth ISD has decided to go with option 1, where we are staying with school-based law enforcement officers to cover our campuses. And that costs annually, it's more closer to the $100,000 range. And some of those costs are split with CCPD funds through the city of Fort Worth. And then the rest of those costs, financial costs, are covered by the district cost as well. This is not a funding issue for Fort Worth ISD because we are committed to the safety and security of our students. However, there is a need. We know that our city and our surrounding cities as well, it's very hard to staff police officers. They are trying the best they can in their recruitment of cadets and going through the academies. So we have a great relationship with our Fort Worth Police Department as well as our Benbrook Police Department as well. You'll see here that in 2023, we had 89 campuses we were not able to cover. This year, we are down to 66 campuses, 58 elementary, and then you'll see the breakdown there. We used to have a partnership with Forest Hill that we no longer have, so our SRO officers around those surrounding campuses that sit within Forest Hill and Fort Worth city limits, they share our SRO campus, our officers on those campuses as well. So to stay in compliance, we do assign multiple schools. You'll see that we had 47 in 2023. We are now at 57. How do we do our need? We get new school resource officers. We have a matrix and data that we use, so where we put that school resource officers, we look at which campuses do not have coverage. We look at crime rate. We look at our own lockdowns. We look at our security, our secure holds due to community crime around the neighborhood and violence. And that's how we choose where to put any new resource officers and assign them at that time. So coming up, what do our parents need to know? Our radio frequency identification badges. We have gotten all of our materials in, and we are starting to distribute everything to our campuses. By September the 19th, all of our campuses and all of our students will be able to wear their badges. Some of them will start earlier than others. Just a reminder that our badges also access our cafeteria as well as our library, and some of our campuses will be using it to check out technology as well. In addition to being able to have that secure badge to know which students are on our campuses and be able to recognize that. I do want to, at this time, just celebrate our students from elementary, middle, and high school with the new state law of the cell phone use. We go on campuses and we have not seen an issue. I go in the classrooms, intentionally high school and middle school rooms, and the students do not have cell phones out. I am so proud of not only our students, but the work of our parents to partner with us to communicate the importance of this state law to our students as well. But they have done fantastic. We have gotten great feedback. Our teachers are happy. They say it's a game changer. We've even had some of our students not want to, but admit to their parents that it was nice not to have their cell phones. They didn't feel like they had to check it. They had to keep their Snap streak up during the school day, that they had to be on Instagram. So I'm just very proud of the students in Fort Worth Independent School District, how they are, it's so funny how people did not think our students would step up and be able to comply with a state law. And I said, put the expectation out there. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect. Nobody's perfect. I'm not saying that teachers not had to redirect, but just overwhelmingly, thank you to our students. Thank you so much. And all the way, elementary, middle, and high. I tell you what, those high school students floored me in those high schools I've been in. I mean, you don't see it unless they're hiding it very, very well. But I'm a mom, so usually I can find that stuff or watch them. So I just want to thank them for that. Our parents just back to school forms. We did decide to automatically roll all our students and our parents up. We are still working through our enrollment process. You don't know why it's so difficult, but we're still continuing to find an easier way for this. We automatically rolled up all of our students in July. However, there's still some parental consents and forms we need our parents to fill out. Please, when our campuses are reaching out, these are forms that we are required to have on file, and we need you to make sure you complete. So we'll continue to work with our parents at that time as well. And before we go to questions, I do want to address, we're not perfect. We don't want to act like we are perfect. We're going to continue to work with the needs of our campuses. We know we have been having some air condition issues at some campuses. We have some at Northside High School that we've been working on, as well as today we had South Hills High School. And we understand that. We're sending out parent communication. Our technicians in this district are working every single day on the weekends. They leave a campus and it's working. 2 days later, something in a different part of the building happens. This happens in our own homes sometimes. We know that. We can walk out and our car doesn't start one day. It happens. But they are working, so please, please be patient with our technicians. We also are at the mercy of supply and demand of products. We have parts ordered. We expedite. We pay extra shipping. We do everything we can to get the parts in that are needed, but we still are at the mercy of supply and demand and inventory like everyone else. But I just have to celebrate our technicians, our maintenance crew, our custodian crews. I go on campuses and we're walking campuses and they are clean. They look great. We're going in the third week. I was at West Hanley Elementary as well today, stopped the head custodian. It just looked amazing. So, and that campus took Eastern Hills Elementary, West Hanley Elementary, merged those two campuses, worked over the summer, and the campus is still clean and ready for students. So we have celebrations of our support staff. Transportation, this has been our smoothest year so far with transportation. And when we know there's an issue, we go to fix the issue. Nathan Graff fixes the issue. His routers fix the issue, but we have to know there's an issue. So if the school's not contacting us, I ask you to reach out. You can email me, you can email Kelly Spencer, email Nathan Graff, but we will make sure, but we have to know there's a problem to fix the problem. Social media is one outlet, but social media does not always get to us. So you need to make sure, email us directly. We are here to support our students. That is our main goal every day, student focus. So if we know, we can fix the problem. So at this time, we'll open it up for questions.
Trustees, any comments or questions? Trustee Lynch?
Thank you, Dr. Molnar. A lot of exciting stuff going on. I know a lot of change, and with change comes, progress, but also, having to get used to those things. And so I appreciate your willingness to be bold and courageous through these things. On page 4, the first question I have is, if we're looking at this, what would a B district look like on?
So to be a B district, we have to move not only growth for our students and progress, we have to move the student achievement. That means we have to get students on level. So when we talk about our literacy block and our math block, we talk about our tier 1 first teach that we're monitoring and implementation. When we talk about that demonstrational learning that we're monitoring, those DOLs, that tells us how we're doing on the first teach. That's student achievement right there. Is getting the first teach to our students who are at METS and then who masters it. As a school district, we are very dependent on growth right now because we have so much growth we need to do because our students are below grade level. Our campuses that really moved up are ones who moved from an F to a B. It's hard. This is the hard part now because they got it on growth. Now they have to sustain that and they've got to increase. They got to continue to grow their students, but now they got to increase them on that, what we call student achievement, just how every student is doing on a 3rd grade reading test, a 6th grade math test, a 7th grade math test. They have to hit that achievement. We have to meet. They have to know the content and they have to meet that content on grade level.
Okay. All right. Thank you. On page 12, I'm going to speak to middle school specifically. I know we've moved to a block schedule. Can you talk to, really for parents to kind of understand what small group looks like and practicality in a classroom that might have 30 students?
Yes. So small group can look different every day. A great first teach, reteach, a first teach where they're scoring either 4 or 5 on their demonstrational learning, which would be the last 2 shaded blue, then you're not going to have as many kids in a small group because you're going to have a larger reteach group. And you're going to have some days where your students didn't get it. Not to follow the teacher, maybe, we didn't scaffold it enough in the lesson. So it may be a reteach for the whole class. But every day it's going to look different. But it could be 2 or 3 kids or scored a 5. It could be 10 scored a 5. And so they're all doing a small group. That could be independent work, but we call it small group because then the teacher has to do that reteach. And the teacher does the reteach, not a program does the reteach as well. So it's going to look different every single day. And that's what we need to, and I'll say this like the third time I'm going to say it. The worst thing we can do is label a child a tier 3 student and keep them in that tier. Because, I'm a tier 3 superintendent some days. I don't get it. And I need Carmen, I'm like, sit down and tell me that again, about a tax rate. That is the difference. And our students cannot be labeled a tier 3 every day. They change every day. This supports our students to be able to not be labeled, to not continuously get not on grade level instruction, that we think our students can't do it. And we're providing it for our teachers as well, because that's hard. I'm asking them right now for 3 lessons when you look at this. So we're giving them the 3 lessons. Do some of them need to be tweaked? Yes. But at least we're giving them a starting point of 3 lessons to be able to move their students through.
Okay. And then from a timing standpoint of 90 minutes, what does that look like? Is that the last little bit of class? What does that look like?
No, the first teach is different by grade level. So we all have our schedules, our minutes. So you'll see our first teach can be anywhere from like a 20-minute block, or DOL should only be taking the 5 to 10. It's already in a computer. You pull it up, and then you go into that last period of the time.
Okay. All right. Awesome.
And all the schedules should be posted out the door. So you're a parent. So if you ever have a child, let you walk them down the hall. Your youngest may let you walk. Look outside the classroom door, that teacher, and the block and the minutes are already posted.
Okay. On page 15, I know we mentioned we got a good bit of paperwork to still get through. Is there can we guess how much is left out there to get through the system?
Well, when we look at,
So I guess to be more specific, enrollment's at 657, and I know we have some left, so do we have any?
well, and some of them haven't shown up.
Yeah,
When we looked at enrollment, we saw some of our campuses really low numbers, where we have some classrooms sitting at 12 students in a classroom. We have some classrooms that had 7 that we were able to combine and consolidate in that classroom. We do see probably the impact of some of our Hispanic population when we look at our north side schools, very low enrollment, and schools that normally have higher enrollment as well. So we do feel some of our, the immigration, fear of immigration and status has impacted our enrollment in particular campuses. Our campuses have high refugee populations. We see a decrease in their enrollment as well.
okay. And then the last question I have on page 17, I know we kind of talked to the staffing update. Can you speak to kind of what our policy is currently with leveling, how we decide who gets surplus at campuses?
Yeah, so what we do is for elementary, I'll use them for example. We know that we're required to be at 22-1. However, our kids don't come in a package of 22. So we look at by grade level. Our goal is to not mix our programs. So we try not to do what we call a mix. So we have a second grade classroom that's over, that is a bilingual classroom, but a classroom that is under in regular program. We do not touch those because we don't want a teacher to be responsible for teaching English only and Spanish only. Then we also, as a marker, as a goal, we do not like to do what we call bridge classrooms where you have 2 grade levels. Due to some of our numbers, we do have some of those this year that we're having to do because the numbers were, it could have been a first grade was over like 38, but the second grade only had 10. Well, we didn't have enough room to move those 10 second graders in another second grade classroom, but we can't leave that first grade at 38. So we have to do maybe a 1-2 bridge at that point. So those are the ways we first identify. And then we have policy, written policy to see when we look at if a campus loses a teacher. So some of our classrooms, we were able to consolidate within that grade level. Like if we had 2, let's say, English-speaking kindergartners, that we were able to consolidate and still stay within compliance range, then that one teacher would leave and be reassigned to a different campus that has a need for another teacher. So we have policy that we look at who was last in on that campus to be able to surplus them, and that's just district policy that we go by.
Okay, and so policy, last person into the campus, they could be
For
the
once
best.
the school year starts within that grade level.
Okay,
Now,
so-
after when we make decisions at the end of the school year, when we're staffing, the policy changes where you can, gets a little bit more difficult because you can bump up or bump down if you've been on that campus with tenure. But there's 2 different policies in place.
Okay. I would like, as a board, maybe that we revisit some of those policies, so, thank you.
Trustee Bridges?
Thank you, President Martinez. First, thank you, Dr. Molnar, for addressing the elephant in the room when it comes to new curriculum, because I know that's been a challenge in the past. What would you say that, what are the game changers? Or some things that we're going to be doing to avoid some of the problems that we ran in when we went into the new curriculum in the past?
So the game changer is really going to be the monitoring piece, that our teachers and that our campuses are, it's instruction. As soon as our students walk in, that we're taking advantage of that instructional time, that we're able to provide our teachers with the either challenge lessons or the reteach lessons, that when we're working with our teachers in our professional learning communities, they're all looking at the same thing. When you're pulling in 4 6th grade teachers, for a reading block, they're able to already look at the lesson and be able to then collaborate on what's already there instead of creating lessons. And that's a lot we heard from our education association as well. Teachers were spending so much time creating and then pulling resources that were not aligned, using resources off the internet. And now our non-negotiable is that you will use HQIM state-approved resources that this board has adopted, that we have funded, and we're implementing.
When you look at the feedback, this is something new that we're doing. How often is that feedback looked at?
So our feedback it's available for teacher feedback. So on our curriculum framework, we have asked them to put a feedback button that anyone can give feedback anytime, and then it goes to our content. MJ's nodding her head. It goes to all of our content specialists, depending on that grade level, that content, they get the feedback immediately. I got an email today, which I'll be forwarding to MJ here in a little bit, from a teacher at Sam Rosen who had some concerns, who said, they would like to be a part of being able to work on some of the concerns and give feedback. But teachers are able to give feedback immediately for us to look at and see. Now, some of it, we're not going to change.
Right.
Some of it is we're changing adults and their past practices and past resources. But we do want to look at it. We want to take it into account. And then we've already had some changes where people have pointed things out and we've bet back, thank you, let us correct it.
Okay. If I'm a parent and I'm looking at my kid's campus, and this year it's an F-rated campus, and we've seen some dramatic improvement, which is great. But I don't feel it till I feel it, if you get what I mean.
Sure.
Could you talk a little bit about some of the things targeted that we're doing with some of those campuses, please?
Yeah. So, it really goes back to putting systems in place, and that's something we have been lacking as a district. You're going to see the monitoring. Of course, you're going to see more support at those campuses as well. I went and walked West Hanley today, spoke to the principal, got to do some observations myself, spoke to her about next steps, what support's going to be coming out there after Labor Day as well. But that's where you're going to see where we have our acceleration teachers that were approved through our program change, where we go in. You're going to see where our content specialists are going out to help our teachers in addition to that. And then as a board, you're going to be getting monitors reports as well of the implementation. And then you're going to see our students being pulled in the small groups. You're going to be able to see that as a parent. We're going to be able to share that. Ternace from Parent Shield met with our ADQ team, with Nancy Stixel, our associate superintendent. We've already started working on our parent reports for our parent-teacher conferences that will take place in October. We're redesigning those. She met with Nancy, and given us feedback of what's working, what's not working on those reports that we created last year. So we also need our parents to give us that feedback, and we're asking for it.
Two more very quick questions. When it comes to having to pivot based on the feedback, how do you determine that?
Yeah, so we do. Our content specialists and our executive directors look at that feedback. It could be something we got some feedback last week around some slides, and actually Ms. Spencer and I were doing small groups at a campus last Friday. We went into a math room and we started pulling a small group. New teacher needed help. So we went in there, we both sat, and we pulled small group, came back, and we said, she had the slide up, but they needed additional visuals. This campus needs a lot more scaffolding than some of our other campuses. So we went back and said, for this content, we can already tell we need to have a little bit more visuals when it comes to those resource slides for our teachers to have. Because then when we were in that room and we were helping in small group, we could have gone back up to that board as a reference, as an anchor.
And last question, when it comes to the buses, do we, because I was listening to how you say you can go in and track and see what's going on in certain schools. can we track and see what's going on? If 95% of our buses are on time? Or
sir.
we're seeing a challenge at
Yes,
this area, and how do we put in some action corrections that it doesn't affect the student who's missing class?
Yeah. So when we know there's a problem and it's reported to us, Mr. Graff, and I've seen that in his email strands as well, that he copies me on, he goes back and he looks at that route. He's able to look from when the route started to the stops, what maybe caused a delay, and then they're able to, some of his support staff that he has trained, his routers, and they go back and they look at the route and they say, do we need to add extra stop? Do we have more kids than we originally planned on? You know, do we need to take a different bus and pick up? So they're analyzing routes in real time. But they pull that route, they go back and they actually can watch the GPS of where that bus went, where it stopped, what traffic. It's traffic patterns as well. You know, you would think my husband would know when school starts, and the other day he was like, man, traffic's really changed the last couple of weeks. Yeah, that's because school started, you know? It's just, but people who don't live it every day, you know, just kind of forget those things. And then we have to see if there's construction, whole different, you know, bus route. Like they have to pivot with that. I was going to West Hanley today. How many detours do I have to take to get to West Hanley because of construction? You know, so they had me detour down side roads in the neighborhood. So think about a bus. A bus to be able to navigate that could take them another additional 10 minutes to be able to do.
And this really is the last question. If I'm a parent and I'm seeing my bus late on a regular basis, what do I need to do?
You contact us. Okay. Contact me, contact Nathan Graff, nathan.graf@fwisd.org. That man will answer you. He is amazing, and if you can't, email me, email Kelly Spencer, and some of them have emailed trustees and they forward it. Just let us know. There's no one intentionally want a child picked up late.
Thank you.
Trustee Tar.
Thank you, President Martinez, and thank you, Dr. Molnar, for this presentation. There are several words that I continue to hear as you present. Strategic came up tonight, explicit instruction, intentional, progress monitoring, building capacity, continuous improvement, and that is, all of those and more are necessary to improve student outcomes. And so I appreciate your continued focus on student achievement and on what's best for students. I also thank you for giving credit where credit is due, that you recognize that the higher scores were the result of a lot of student work, teacher work, parent work, community involvement. We've got to continue to give that credit and to recognize that hard work and that effort. So thank you for doing that. I want to thank the teachers who have volunteered for what do you call after duty pay?
Extra duty pay.
Extra duty pay. Who have offered their talents, because nobody knows those kids better than those teachers. And we need the teachers to be participating in that process because you are working with those kids every single day. So thank you for offering your talent and your time in that capacity. You mentioned, and honestly, this was me just not hearing you clearly. What is the, you said you're monitoring pullout groups through a program called?
Yes, so it's called Qualtrics. So it's just a
Qualtrics. I didn't hear it correctly.
So when we're, and this is for additional support personnel, and some of our campuses through their Title I funding have purchased a different additional personnel. It's requirement that we have put in place that if you chose to use your Title I funding to do that, that they will also pull small groups.
Okay.
We feel like certified professionals, certified teachers in whatever capacity on campuses should be accountable to instruction like we all are. And so they are required to pull small groups, and then we're tracking that. And then that also is going to be able to show us at the end of the year if that position is when we look at academic return of investment, because we know 85% of our budget is put in personnel. So when our campuses are choosing to make those choices, because it's their choice through a Title I or SBDM of utilizing their Title I for those additional FTEs, those additional personnel positions, if they're choosing to make that choice because they're saying that's impacting student achievement, I'm going to measure that for everyone and then share that back to the campus, and they're required to share it back to their SBDM. Because if they're not showing how it's impacting students' academic achievement, then it's not what we should be spending our money on.
Okay. I appreciate your focus on the return on investment. Speaking of small groups, with the pull-out groups that you mentioned, are there also pull-out groups for the students who are with their demonstration of learning that are falling into that challenge category? Because every student has something that they can learn, whether it's a reteach to ensure that they get that particular standard, or whether it's something to go on to growth and expand their learning, such as GT students, or students that just, I too, some days am a Tier 3 learner and other days a Tier 1 learner. And so how are we meeting the needs of those kids that are falling into that category of challenge, whether it be once or twice or continuously?
So our challenge one, we don't necessarily have a pull-out system at this time. Our GT department, we do have, of course, personnel, not many in that department, who helps us design some of the challenge lessons, as well as the enrichment lessons, especially when we're looking at implementing our ADSE campuses. How are we designing a different curriculum with them? So that is not a pull-out per se small group type of program that we have in place at this time yet.
Okay. Are we looking at something like that?
We would love to look at something like that. It just takes funding.
Staff, it takes funding.
And staff.
Okay.
We do have GT teachers that do also work on our campuses that can push in. Another model that we want to start exploring is our inclusion teacher model, and looking at different models of our special education, how we become more of a co-teach, so we can be more fluid when our special education inclusion teachers are pushing in, where it's just not covering IEP minutes, but how they're teaching and co-teaching together. This new framework offers and gives us that option, because now they're able to have a lesson ahead of time that they're looking at. Before, our inclusion teachers are very dependent on the core teacher or the classroom teacher to be able to give them the lesson to know how they push in. And now our next step is looking at how can we make those inclusion teachers more co-teachers. And I've seen that model. I've seen it work where you walk in a classroom and you have no clue. No clue who's the assigned classroom teacher and who's the inclusion teacher.
Okay, so now you're really
That's
talking my
next,
language.
I know, that's our next phase, yes.
Yes, okay, good. I love that, and I also love that you mentioned that no student should be labeled a Tier 3 student. As someone who has devoted my professional career to students who are differently abled or who learn differently, yay, thank you very much, and thank you for recognizing the role that our students who are deaf and hard of hearing play and the important role that they have on the Waverly Park campus. Thank you very much. With the learning labs and the principals and the assistant principals that are going on to other campuses, are the principals, how are these people selected to go do that?
It's every principal.
It's every principal?
Every principal, we do our feeder patterns. Every principal, we put them, they're not all together, that's overwhelming.
Oh, yes.
So the feeder patterns are assigned, and every principal participates. Our assistant principals, it's half day, it's not a whole day.
Sure.
I've been very explicit. It's also not a, let's spend an hour having breakfast. I mean, we get in, we walk classrooms, we talk about instruction, we fishbowl, we look at data, we actually calibrate, and we get back to our campuses. Our assistant principals, we have split because we never want to leave, especially our middle school and high schools, uncovered. with additional support. So they're in cohort A and cohort B. So some go in the morning, so go in the afternoon. But everyone is going to be an instructional leader in Fort Worth ISD. If you want to be a principal or assistant principal, you will know instruction and lead instruction.
Okay. Strong words, I think. Thank you.
I mean, and that's what they're here for, right? That's what they signed up for.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. With the students that we're losing, or the numbers, the declining enrollment, you mentioned the Operation School Matters, September 15th through 19th. Is there a timeline for when the board can expect to see some of that data?
Yeah, we can. I'll bring it to you that September board meeting. I'll keep you updated as well as we're increasing our enrollment. We always wait till after Labor Day to see if we get another push. Sometimes it doesn't happen like it used to happen because most of our districts around us start. We usually see the push more the second week when other campuses or other districts start. But we'll continuously share our numbers and yeah, happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. And you asked this of your teachers, what do you need? And so I'm asking of you, what do you need?
I need us to be consistent and we listen. We will definitely support. We will fix areas we need to fix. But this implementation will be consistent and we will make sure we're using the materials that we have adopted. And I just need to make sure that we all are saying that on the same page. I understand it's different. There's a philosophy difference, but this is what our kids need right now. This is what our system needs right now. We have to start putting systems in place in our district. We have to. When you look at our mobility rate in Fort Worth ISD, think about what a game changer it is. We know we have students who one day live in this apartment and something happens and they have to move to a different side of town. They are going to walk in that classroom the next day, hopefully the next day. Usually it's 2 or 3 days after they move. And they're going to recognize what's on that Promethean board, what's on the smart board. Sorry, I said Promethean board. That's smart board. I'm a little aging myself, people. They're going to be able to look at those slides. They're going to be able to recognize the structure of the day, the structure of the lesson, the materials. For a district that has a mobility rate, that has a chronic absenteeism, that is important. I'm not trying to say anyone that has done any instructional delivery before that we are just, saying it was not great instruction, or was not meaningful at this time. But this is what we need right now as a system. We have to give it to our kids.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Trustee Lujabonos.
Thank you, President Martinez. Thank you for this presentation. I want to congratulate you, Dr. Molinar, your leadership team, the teachers, the students, and all the parents for all the gains that we have seen in the last year. We want to continue that trend and be at NOAF schools hopefully in the next coming year. So on page 10,
Which page?
10.
10, sorry. Good.
So how soon can we provide the extra coaching when it's needed? When they send us a snapshot to the EDs, how soon can we provide the extra coaching?
So the school, the extra support on a campus? Yeah, so we will be looking at the feedback. Sometimes it's just one classroom that needs support. That's why we also have the demonstration teachers, as well as our acceleration teachers. That's also why we're building the capacity of our assistant principals and principals. We'll be, of course, working with our campuses first. I'm going to all of our F-rated campuses. That's where my visits first start. And then but I also go to some of our other campuses while I'm out and about. But that's where we first see those supports as well and do that.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 12, when we have the students who need extra support, but then we have the students who don't need extra support, is anybody helping out the students to continue to grow?
So we do for when we are scheduling our acceleration teachers and our demonstration teachers, they go and they pull out during that reteach part. No one is pulling out during that tier 1 support as well. And then the campuses that have purchased those additional personnel, like a dean or a data analyst or an additional teacher, then they are working their schedules to make sure they are pulling out or pushing in during that reteach part. So we're not allowing our students to be pulled out during that tier 1. That first teach, I should say, that first teach.
Okay. And then on page 19 for the officers, is the state providing any additional funds for our police officers?
So we do get some state funds and we got some additional funding in our last legislative session. However, we have, in addition to the requirements for the SROs, we have other additional requirements like fencing, the film on the windows. We do a lot of grant writing that we're able to cover those expenses. For us, as a board, you have said you will commit the funds for the SROs. It's just the availability of the police officers. But Fort Worth PD have been great with us. We have an agreement with them every graduating class that they're trying to give us 1 or 2 officers out of every graduating class that we're able to utilize. And then sometimes we utilize some of our off-duty officers to help cover. But you have to remember, this is just during the day. And think about all of our events in the evenings, all the way from volleyball to football, in the fall sports. Then we have soccer, basketball. I mean, we have off-duty officers at all of these events. So, I mean, it's a lot, but we are prioritizing the safety.
And then last question, are we doing any campaign to remind students that school has started, to bring them back, that the school is a safe place to be?
We of course, have done reminders. We're going to be ramping up attendance matters. So now we're switching to school has started to attendance matters as well. But, our data clerks on our campuses and our attendance clerks, they work very hard. And they're the ones who know where our students are, or they can get the information better than anyone. We could pick up the phone and cold call, but they know the families. They're going to be able to say, like, hey, so-and-so knows them. They didn't answer the phone, but this family knows them, and find out. And then Ms. Plata and her team, our family engagement specialist, they are ready, and they've already started making some of the home visits. Actually had a brief meeting with her today just around one of our campuses that we know refugee population, that some of them we've got to get them to bring their kids to school. We know they're across the street in the apartments. It's just, getting the parents, like, okay, school's a safe place. Come in, we need you here. So they're working through that, and so they're coming.
Good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Trustee Luevanos. What are we doing to reassure these families that it is safe to come? I mean, besides calling them and says it's okay, but can we district-wide say?
Yeah, so we actually put back out, we trained our principals and assistant principals, we have new ones again, on just our regulations. If it's the fear of ICE coming, then we have regulations that we follow. We also, our communications department updated that information in addition to that. It's our family engagement specialists are our resource. They also have resources if our parents have questions, where to go to and how to get some of that information. So we did do that before school started as well, and continue to do that. And for us right now, it's finding the reasons. We're not sure, but when I'm looking at campus enrollment, I know my campuses, and I know which ones are usually a lot more heavier enrolled. And I just see our predominantly Hispanics on our north side, and of course in Diamond Hill with lower enrollment than usual.
Yeah, can we put something on social media or something? Because you're saying all that, but if your kid's not in school, you're not going to be on the parent portal, you're not going to be on the website. But social media, everything pops
Yeah,
up.
we have avenues that we can and that will continue to share with our parents as well. For us, it's the process and the procedures and letting them know, what as a district, there are HIPAA rules, there's information we do collect and information we do not collect. We do not collect immigration status.
Yeah, maybe we push that out. And my other question is, how is it going with the buy-in with the demonstration teachers, especially with those ones that return to the classroom from other positions?
So our demonstration teachers haven't started yet. We were waiting for our leveling, and then they will start after Labor Day, I believe it is. Is it Labor Day? The week after Labor Day, our demo teachers will start. So they've been actually helping our teachers with the framework on those campuses as well, just getting our new teachers and any teachers who have questions. So they're also being trained. They went through specialized training in addition to that.
Thank you, Dr. Molinar. I just have a couple of questions. Want to give another round of just kudos to the campuses on page 6 that made those significant gains. And, amazing work by everyone involved on those campuses. What are those? And I'm looking at different campuses that are all over the city. What do those campuses have in common? Like, what were some of the key things that worked there? And then how do we replicate that at some of the other campuses?
Well, there's never one thing. Leadership matters. That's really a big, when you have leadership, you have high expectations, and you're monitoring. That matters as well. When I look at these campuses, you are right. There are all parts of our city. So you know what that tells me? There's no excuse for any campus not to be an A or B campus, because these campuses are doing it and they're jumping those letter grades. All of these campuses, what they have in common is that when you look at this list, they're all Title I campuses and economically high rates of disadvantaged students. So the thing in common is being consistent and being intentional. And so we're providing that structure as well to help our leaders and train them and build them into administrators who monitor. And that's on us too. That's on me. At Cabinet, we do look at data. We talk about data. Dr. Dilley does a leadership update where we're looking at things every single Monday morning. And that's what you're going to see here. We're going to show you monitor reports. And then I'm going to start working with Dr. Dilley's EDs and meeting with them, talking with content as well. I have to lead it and model it too. When I was on a campus on Friday, that teacher needed help. So it does not do me any good to sit there and just walk out of the room and say, man, she needed some help. So I sat down, did a small group. Ms. Spencer was with me that day. She sat down, she did a small group. I think I did better, but I think my kids grasped it better. But it was maybe it was first grade math, and we weren't in the algebra class, people. But we felt pretty good about ourselves when we walked out. But that it takes everybody just intervening. That's it. Kids first. It's simple. Kids first every day.
Thank you. I think, you're absolutely right that this shows us that any and all our campuses are capable. Okay, any other final questions, trustees, or comments before we move on? All right. So we are now up to, thank you, Dr. Molinar, for that report. We are up to comments from board members or superintendents. You have any comments, any trustees? Trustee Bridges?
First, Dr. Mullen, thank you for addressing the challenges that we've had with the air conditioning units at many of the schools. And I know it has been a challenge, and I know we live in Texas, but just the mere fact that we say it out loud, it makes a huge difference. I had some pictures I wanted to celebrate, particularly with CC Moss, who is now an A-rated campus. Woo! That we provided coffee and donuts for them, and just to let the teachers know how much we just appreciate all their hard work and the atmosphere. It was just amazing, from the students, the teachers, and parents, everybody. It just was so excited at the work that they put in. The other picture, it was parent night at BZG, and this is something I personally do. Whenever I say Black Father, I just want him to know how much I appreciate him being there and what a difference that makes in that kid's life. And a lot of stuff they don't remember, the shoes, the pants, the clothes, and all that stuff, but they are going to remember that. And to see the smile on the little girl's face when I asked her to take that picture, and she was so proud that her dad was there for open house. So I'm encouraging all parents to be there for the open house, and because those are those long-lasting memories. We do a lot of things, but those are the things that they really are going to remember. So that was just a little highlight of some things we had going on.
Trustee Phillips?
Thank you, President Martinez, and well done, Brother Bridges. Thank you for that. Mine, very briefly, was able to be a part of so many wonderful back-to-school celebrations and people volunteering in the community, churches, civic organizations. So very glad to be able to see the community come out and help in all the ways they were able to. What you're seeing on your screen is a special shout out for University Christian Church, because they had their Box It and Distribution Day. And so members of their congregation and the greater community were able to box up school uniforms to donate to numerous Fort Worth ISD and multiple campuses. And so these wonderful folks that were able to volunteer their time, they gave out 50 uniforms to 45 different schools, 2,250 total uniforms for our young people. And just a selfless act. We're so proud of them and thankful for University Christian Church. Shout out to other celebrations I was able to go through. This was happening throughout the city. So just grateful for great people, great community, great volunteers. And thank you, University Christian Church, for everything you did as well.
Trustee Dar?
Thank you. And to springboard off of Trustee Phillips' comments, schools are stronger when our community is involved. And there are people to thank, because we've got lots of people who are participating in our community. And I have some highlights just from District 6 schools, but I know that this work is going on all over Fort Worth ISD. And so to that, I say thank you. These are pictures at Bruce Schulke Elementary School, one of those schools that went from a D to a B. So I'm really excited about that, and I'm very proud of them. But they were the recipient of the Planet Fitness School Supply Drive, and those are pictures. So thank you to Planet Fitness. At JT Stevens and at Westcliff Elementary School, thank you to Arbor Lawn United Methodist Church for providing uniform assistance and weekend food packs for families who struggle with food insecurity. At Woodway Elementary School, they are grateful for St. Matthew's and Alta Mesa churches for their ongoing partnerships for approximately 20 volunteers, community volunteers, who attended training and orientation, and they're going to be participating in the Woodway Reads program. So thank you for supporting literacy. Many of the volunteers are returning for another year of prioritizing literacy, and I'd like to give a shout out to Woodway Elementary School kindergarten teacher Jacqueline Bender, who facilitates this program. Thank you for taking the lead on that. At Alice Carlson, they would like to thank University Baptist Church for allowing the school to use their facilities to host a Welcome to Carlson brunch, and they did this free of charge. They'd like to thank their PTA, who donated school shirts to every staff member and breakfast on August 4th and lunch on August 8th. And then the Alice Carlson families, who are very generous and donated gently used items to fill the Carlson closet with just like new items where other families can come and shop when they need school uniforms for their kids. Lily B. Clayton would like to thank their PTA, and McLean's sixth grade would like to thank Fort Worth Bible Church, as they will be partnering with them to stock the school's food pantry. And then finally, this is from Westcliff Elementary, a huge shout out to Office Depot and Boise Paper. They treated the Westcliff Elementary School staff to a $20,000 shopping spree on August 5th, and every instructional staff member was given $500 to spend on supplies for their classroom. So I'd like to say that again, Office Depot and Boise Paper Company. Thank you so much. And I think there's a video to show as well. Is that correct?
Exciting and totally unexpected.
Hello, everyone. What is happening in Westcliff? All right, what's your phone number?
I'm very excited.
Y'all ready for the school year?
Yes!
All right. We appreciate everything that y'all do as teachers, but we do have a little surprise for y'all. Are y'all ready? All right. So Office Depot and Boise partnered together to get y'all a $20,000 shopping spree. Woo! Let's head on out.
You have $500 to spend today. We're so overwhelmed right now. We're just excited to be here.
It's amazing to give back to the community that we collect donations for day in and day out, and it's nice to see that it's actually worth it and that we're getting the right people and the right people that need the help in here.
Coffee, look. Not on the list. Yeah, I don't care, but I have a Keurig, teachers need coffee.
So excited. This means so much to us. Ink for my printer because it's been telling me I'm out for a while. And then I've got a journal and I'm trying to figure what else out. I just don't even know. 15 5-year-olds that would love this.
Your total is going to be $496.80.
Thank you, Office Depot and Boise Paper. Love Westcliff.
So I'm a teacher, and I know that teachers love their office supplies and school supplies. We salivate over these things. So thank you so much to all the people in our community, those that I mentioned and those that go unnamed, and keep doing the work because it's the right thing to do. So thank you very much for the community support that we've seen at the beginning of school.
Thank you, trustees. The time is now 8:23 p.m. The date's Tuesday, August 22nd, 2025, and we will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076.
welcome to the 2024-25 Campus Teacher of the Year reception. And today we come together to recognize and celebrate the incredible teaching excellence in Fort Worth ISD.
Today we come together to celebrate what truly makes Fort Worth ISD the place to be, and that is our extraordinary teachers.
This is such an honor to be in the room with you because I know, because I lived it in Fort Worth ISD, what it means to be in your seats today and all the hard work that you put in each and every day. Without further ado, our Elementary Teacher of the Year finalists. From Clifford Davis Elementary, our ESL teacher, Chloe Marshall. From our Leadership Academy at Mitchell Boulevard, pre-K teacher, Denise Carpenter. Come on down! From Oakhurst Elementary, Lorena Escalante. From D. McCrae, Michelle Williams. Greenbrier Elementary, 4th grade dual language and 5th grade reading teacher, Sarah Herrera. Our secondary finalists from Western Hills High School, Angelica Navarro. Carol Shores from Morningside Middle School. Come on down. Emily Allen, Young Women's Leadership Academy, English teacher. A dance teacher from Diamond Hill Jarvis High School, Casey Dobbins. From Apply Learn Academy, choir teacher, Raven Minter. One more round for all of our finalists.
That's great. Let me see.
Hi, my name is Michelle Williams.
Hi, my name is Carol Shores.
I'm Raven Minter.
Hey, I'm Emily Allen. My name is Chloe Marshall.
I'm Sarah Herrera.
My name is Denise Carpenter.
I'm Casey Dobbins. Hi, I'm Lorena Escalante. Hey, I'm Angelica Navarro.
Well, first of all, congratulations on being a finalist. That's awesome.
Thanks, thank you. I didn't think it was gonna be a thing. I was in shock, so I don't remember most of the things they told me. It's a real honor to be here.
What makes me a finalist is that Mama just loves her job.
I have what I feel like is just a fire inside me.
I'm here because I love my students. I wake up every morning excited to go to work, excited to see what new adventure awaits.
I love that kid who walks in thinking I can't do it and then walks out going, I can't believe I did it.
I am just very passionate about what I teach.
One of my favorite things to do is to teach, especially when it's talking about chest voice, mixed voice, head voice, falsetto.
I have a lot of fun. I don't think I could see myself doing anything else.
I don't really know what I'm gonna get every day. Every day is a surprise observation, plus a tornado drill, plus I got a new student. All in one day, it happens.
I have a few students that say, Ms. Dobbins, you're always smiling at me, but I don't think you know my name. And I'm like, it's true. I don't know your name, but I'm gonna smile at you no matter what.
One thing that I love about teaching is I have my why. My why is I'm planting seeds.
Each day I tell my kids, take another step and you'll get where you wanna be.
I try to come up with different approaches so that it feels like it's a little different every day. I've been teaching for 5 years. People say year 4 and 5 are the years where people decide.
I called my parents saying, oh my God, what have I done? Some magic happened. My parents gave me my own laminator and I spent a good chunk of my break learning the curriculum, laminating things. It made all the difference.
As a teacher, you change, you adjust to your new classroom every year.
I know I've had a victory in the classroom when I see my students going to teach their classmates the things that I've tried to teach them. Once your students succeed and you see the pride and the smiles on their faces, it's so rewarding and it's all worth it.
A win for me in the classroom is that at least I got to hear everybody's voices.
Like, I would never want a student to go through the day and not speak. Like, I have a son, I would never want him to do that. And so just like making sure that everyone's involved. It really irks me when people don't give students a chance just because of where they come from. Let's change that mindset. And I don't want people to judge it until they meet our kids. I know that they don't always get all of the best opportunities. And that's why I say that I was made for Diamond Hill. Diamond Hill was made for me.
hey, I'm a teacher, but hey, I'm fun and we can do yoga, we can do mindfulness, we can sing songs, we can learn Spanish.
Whenever we do part ways, it's going to be very sad. I'm really going to feel like a piece of my heart is missing.
Each day, my students inspire me to be a better person. I'm very shy, very introverted. You ready, guys? In the classroom, I am loud. I am not shy at all. I turn that place into a Harry Potter world.
The students are very honest. They will tell you when you've had a victory or a failure.
Everything I do is about literacy as an English teacher.
I'm the foundation. Letters and sounds and the phonemic awareness, all of that is so important.
And I tell them, well, don't worry, you're going to love reading.
To strengthen our students' literacy, I like to start the year by trying to foster a love of reading.
We take all parts of literacy, from the writing, the reading, and the researching, but we're always dancing. There's never a day that we don't dance.
It's their confidence, all of it. Math, literacy, it's all confidence. Once the kids realize they can do it, they're gonna want to keep doing it.
Music literacy is very important. Without the students knowing what's on the page, they have no idea of what the actual music is actually saying.
How else are they gonna be able to interact with the world around them and apply math to their everyday life if they don't have that practice starting as soon as possible?
My students think I'm great because I bring the energy of a child.
My students think that I'm great because I'm fun, I'm engaging,
and I care more about their scores. I mean, I'm sorry, can you take that? I care more about them than their scores. That's what I meant.
Yeah, okay. So my students think I'm great because I can do this.
Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins and the change happens.
And literacy lives.
And math matters.
Forward ISD, where the best begins, and I'm proof of it.
I'm a product of Fort Worth ISD.
And I'm thriving.
All the way Fort Worth ISD. I think I am the best, so. I did start here, the best begins in Fort Worth.
When scholars walk out of my classroom, it's not the end of their journey, it's just the beginning.
Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins.
Yes, it has a rhythm to it.
Is there any kind of movement you can put to that?
Of course I can.
Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins.
You're not short on confidence, are you?
Oh no.
I'm gifted and I have what's called a whistle.
Okay, do you use that for fun or effectiveness in your classroom?
Yes, it's a teaching tool.
Scoot forward a little bit.
Through our Elcon Foundation, we support programs that help bring education, eye care, and treatment to patients in need.
We've also come to realize this place is not only just a wonderful playground for the Joe Kelly children to just be a kid.
You guys love this.
Good job,
Riding a bike allows children to explore their communities, develop physical fitness, and create memories with your friends.
This is fun riding a bike.
They are really, really excited to be a part, and it really has added so much life and just so much joy to our recess time and to our day.
Our goal is just to make produce available to everybody throughout the community, no matter where they live.
I'm gonna take all
all of those ideas, put it together, and we're gonna then create your new playground. 5 more minutes, and then we're gonna go ahead and present our idea.
My idea was like a submarine, and in the submarine would be like a kitchen.
Here to help our community. Times are tough right now, and a lot of people, groceries are expensive, and this is a way to give back.
Through these in-school markets, we are being very deliberate about what is available to these young children because we know their health and wellness depend upon it.
The highest award from the Girls 8 National Scholarship, $25,000 scholarship.
We are giving them the knowledge and the experience to be able to have a fun way to talk about heart healthy behaviors because we just get one heart.
We donate these shoes to about 4,000 kids that are going to get new shoes to help them train for their 5K race.
ISD is making it easier than ever to enroll in our schools with our brand new enrollment website. Designed with families in mind, enrollment.fwisd.org is your one-stop shop for all things enrollment. Fewer clicks, easier navigation, a faster, smoother experience from start to finish. Whether you're a returning family or new to Fort Worth ISD, everything you need is right at your fingertips, all in one place. And yes, it's fully bilingual, so every family feels right at home. It's go time, Fort Worth ISD. A new school year is full of promise, and your journey starts right here. Enroll today at enrollment.fwisd.org and experience enrollment simplified.
Yeah. My name is Elizabeth Foreman-White.
Hola, my name is Diana Garcia Allen.
Hi, I'm Benitria Jackson.
I'm Paola Rodriguez.
Hey, I'm Jennifer Sanchez.
Hey, I'm Jessica Tackett.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Was this a surprise?
It was.
And I walked out and there were students everywhere.
No words. Dumbfounded. Like, what is happening now?
I knew that we would have visitors, didn't quite know who.
When I say no idea, I'm not kidding you. I had no idea that this was happening.
My secretary came running to my office and told me there was a big emergency in the gym. I was expecting like missing teeth or something. It was old school with balloons, so that was awesome.
Without further ado, we have our Principal of the Year finalist.
So for the title, you want the whole thing?
Hi, my name is Ricardo Alvarez Suscati.
My name is Dr. Shauna Barrett.
Hi, I'm Amy Krejci.
Hello, my name is Samantha Gonzalez.
Hi everyone, I'm Melissa Rincon.
Hello, I'm Charlotte Staten. I am a big deal at Moss Elementary because I bring the energy, the joy, and the love of learning every day.
I'm a big deal on my campus because of the staff who I serve.
Because I love my teachers and I love my students.
That's what makes me excited every day is to get to connect to people who really need you.
It's all about relationships. I don't think you get very far without those.
Without trust, really, your campus isn't going to be successful.
I'm all in with the teachers. I'm all in the instructional work with the teachers.
The best part of it is every day is a different day. You have no idea what you're going to encounter.
There's a lot going on. You're constantly on the move. You're trading one hat for the other.
You really have to be open to listening and asking a lot of questions. That's your job, right? Is to really figure out what's going on.
Parents want their kids to be supported and cared for, and they want them to grow, and we want the same things.
I empower students to work hard and play hard and celebrate the victories, keeping the eyes on what matters the most.
I know what I'm doing is working when I got an 84 on my test.
You know, when students interact with me and they interact differently than they did the year before, I could tell that I'm making an impact.
So when they smile when they enter the buildings, when they are having these joyful moments when they're learning, that is success.
The days that we get to spend with students and engage with teachers and in the classrooms, those are the days that make it all really worth it.
If I come in with that energy with my kids and my staff and like we're living the dream, we're doing the things, let's just roll it up and go.
I know I'm making a difference and I know I'm changing life. I'm making a positive impact every day.
Because I feel so often kids think they're a number, but to know that you see them and you see them every day, that really makes a difference in their lives.
They're me. They're who I was when I was in middle school.
It gives me great joy to be able to give and pour into these students what so many people along the way for me did.
Because there was so many that poured into me, I'm now able to pour it into somebody else.
And so when kids start learning and teachers start teaching at really high levels, then that excitement builds and you get this really great place to be every day.
We started something this year at our school called Parent Learning Walks, where we have students lead their parents and visit classrooms and see what learning looks like.
Who all needs to read for any assignment in your class? That's all of us.
We tend to think that literacy is just happening in our English classrooms, but in fact it's happening everywhere.
At the end of the day, I'm there to support them, both students and staff, and I'm always there. My door is always open for them.
Authority doesn't have to be loud. Leadership doesn't have to be aggressive. There's a lot of love, compassion, and softness that comes with it.
I'm extremely relational, and so before you're a teacher or a student, you're a human.
Your family does have to make sacrifices for you to be able to serve in this capacity. And I told myself I wouldn't cry.
Do we have tissues in here? This was not supposed to happen. I was not supposed to be a repeat of this.
We are on the go, on the move. We get our steps in.
We run on coffee and Wi-Fi.
Diet Coke, Diet Coke, Diet Coke.
You need a Snickers.
Okay, and a big red.
Dark chocolate's how you get through the rough days.
I literally thrive on angry parents. Because if you're angry, that means that you care.
My superpower would be de-escalation, and I think I would win gold.
This job is like sometimes like being a ping pong ball. I mean, you just never know what's gonna happen to you.
You may have challenges, but you're unstoppable because you make the decision of who you're gonna be and how you're gonna show up every day that you walk through that front door.
My day starts with celebration. Celebration that I'm alive for that day, celebration to have another day to get to go in and affect students and teachers.
I think of the shirt that says, being a principal is like riding a bike, except for the bike is on fire, there's no wheels on the bike, or even a steering gear. It's kind of like that with being a principal. Everything is on fire, the whole thing.
We heard that last year too.
But it's great, let me tell you.
Want to know your student's location in real time and get instant alerts from the transportation team. With the Stop Finder app, all that information is right at your fingertips. If you're eligible for district transportation, you will receive an email with instructions to set up your account. No worries, didn't get the email? Just call us at 817-815-7900. We're here to help. Here's what Stop Finder lets you do. You can track the exact location of your student's bus in real time. Get geo alerts when the bus arrives at or leaves your student's stop. View transportation schedules at any time. And send secure messages to Fort Worth ISD's Transportation Department and a whole lot more right through the app. Getting started is very easy. Step 1, search for Stop Finder in the App Store or Google Play. Step 2, activate your account using the invitation email from Fort Worth ISD. And finally, Step 3, you're all set. You now have full access to your students' transportation information. So don't wait. Download Stop Finder today and travel with peace of mind, knowing exactly where your student is at every stop.
Have you guys seen the new ID badges that everyone's wearing?
Yeah, I heard that we have to wear them like every single day, no exceptions.
Guess we're official now.
Starting this school year, every student from elementary to high school must wear their school ID badge every day. Wear it around your neck using the school-issued lanyard.
Wearing your badge in your pocket? Not gonna cut it.
On your hat? Not even close.
And sorry, no stickers, glitter, or customizing. It's got to be clear and readable.
Your badge helps speed things up in the lunch line. Just scan it and go. Need to check out a book? Your ID badge makes it easy.
Hello, I would like to check out this book. Good to go. All right, thank you.
And most importantly, your ID badge keeps you safe. On the bus, it lets your parents know exactly when you get on and off. It also helps us know who's on campus and helps during emergencies.
Badges aren't just rules, they're tools.
Show it. Wear it.
Own it.
Welcome to Meacham Middle School. I'm Principal Melissa Rincon, and it is my distinct honor to welcome each of you to our beautiful campus. Meacham Middle School is a special place. It's our home, and it's irreplaceable in the hearts of our students, families, and many alumni.
We are honored to welcome you and share this groundbreaking experience today. This project honors the past students, families, and community richness of our Diamond Hill community.
You know, this groundbreaking is especially meaningful to me. And it's so meaningful because my parents once walked the halls of Meacham Middle School.
Right now, Meacham is going through such evolution of having renovations and a new structure to really put our students in a facility they deserve.
2 and 3. Today, we celebrate more than groundbreaking. We celebrate the power of education, the strength of community, and the promise of tomorrow. Let's build something extraordinary together.
Tonight to be here to honor this group of finalists, but just not for the individual accomplishments, because we all know that what we do day in, day out is really about teamwork and being a team.
Our 2024-25 Teacher of the Year winners in the elementary category. The winner is Sarah Herrera, Greenbrier Elementary School.
I've been lucky enough to work with some amazing teachers who have inspired me and mentored me throughout my teaching journey.
And now for our secondary Teacher of the Year. And the winner is Casey Dobbins, Diamond Hill Jarvis High School.
To my students, you are my reason. Your grit, your joy, your artistry, you push me to bring my full self every single day. You make this work worth doing. And to every educator in this room, thank you.
And now our 2024-25 Assistant Principal of the Year winners. In the elementary category, the winner is Dr. Elizabeth Foreman White, South High Mount Elementary School.
It's an honor and a privilege to serve the students of Fort Worth ISD, but it's also a huge responsibility. I believe it's also our duty to give students a magical place to go to school where they feel safe and cared for. Schools should be places of joy and happiness in addition to the academic learning, and that goes for the kids and the adults.
And now for our secondary category, Assistant Principal of the Year. And the winner is Paola Rodriguez, Southwest High School.
I tell my kids every day, you were built for a purpose, walk with it. And then it is our job, it is our responsibility to give them an opportunity to challenge and encourage them and help them reach their potential, whether it's fostering a culture of inclusivity, supporting a student through a challenging time, or just sitting with them at lunch and helping them with their homework. Each day presents a moment to make a meaningful impact in their lives.
And now our 2024-25 Principal of the Year winners in the elementary category. The winner is Charlotte Staten, C.C. Moss Elementary School.
To my principal colleagues, I stand here today representing all of us for our hard, tireless, and stressful moments. But it makes it all worthwhile when we know that we are champions for our students, especially when we see them smile and grow academically every day.
Now, in the secondary category for Principal of the Year, the winner is Dr. Shauna Barrett, JK Middle School.
I am more than honored to be the principal at J. Martin JK Middle School. When I first became principal, my grand said, "Did you know Mr. JK was my grade level principal?" And she said, "When you walk in there, don't think about anything else but restoring his legacy." And I want you to know that we are doing that every single day.
This evening really has been a celebration of excellence and success for each of our finalists, but for our students to have this kind of talent in front of them every single day. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart.
Fort Worth ISD offers your child the start they deserve. We help your little one build a strong foundation focused on academic and social-emotional skills, one that prepares them to explore and maximize every opportunity. Free all-day pre-K classes taught by certified teachers trained in early education and child development. Your child's future starts here in Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins. Visit fwisd.org/pre-K to learn more.
This event is a culmination of our pickleball program that we've been running through the Fort Worth After School program. We have 18 schools and we have about 56 students.
It's not competition, but they're being able to play against each other in a friendly manner.
It's like tennis combined with badminton.
It's a little bit easier than tennis, and the great thing is that anyone can play.
You get to meet new people, and you can try to make friends with them.
I think this helps them get, like I said, out of being in a box or in their comfort zone, learn how to deal with things that are normally not their norms.
Every time I play a game, there's a lot of moving, and I'm energetic, and I'm always energetic to play pickleball.
If they're active, then their minds are working, and so the more they're active, then they can focus more when we want them to do schoolwork.
This is an event that some kids never had the opportunity to try before, something new for them. You can tell they're very excited, they're happy, they're having fun, they're learning what it means to be a part of a team.
I like playing the game with my friends because we get to have great teamwork and build our connection while playing.
They take away friendship, they take away sportsmanship, they take away just having a good time.
At the end, you get to touch paddles, and then you get to tell people how good they were.
Play pickleball.
It takes a team to educate a child, from the bus drivers who safely bring them to school, to the dedicated staff who keep everything running long after the bell rings. Every role is essential in shaping a student's future. Fort Worth ISD needs you and your unique skills. Whether you're teaching in the classroom, supporting behind the scenes in IT, preparing nutritious meals, or teaming up with our classroom heroes, there's a place for you here. Apply today and start building a brighter tomorrow for yourself and the students you'll inspire. Because Fort Worth ISD is where the best begins.
Welcome each of you to our beautiful campus to celebrate something so wonderful. Rosemont Middle School is a special place. It is our home. and it is irreplaceable in the hearts of our students, families, and many alumni.
We spend a lot of our time at school board meetings making tough decisions. But then we get to have days like today. We get to have days where we celebrate making the campus even a little better for our students.
Congratulations!
Roosevelt Middle School is such a beautiful campus. It opened in the 1930s, and you can look at the architectural building here behind us, and then how we have taken one of our newer buildings, and now we're getting ready to make this into a beautiful single campus with the help of Huckabee and Reeder Construction as well under our 2021 bond renovations.
Today, we're not just breaking ground. We are planting the seeds of possibilities for generations to come. It is a powerful moment to stand here at this heart of this school, knowing that what we begin today will shape the future of students, educators, families for decades.
So today I get to talk to you about what our board members do for us. And remember, they make things happen here for our school.
It's just giving back to the community. I just want all our students to have the same opportunities that I had.
Favorite part of Fort Worth ISD is always the students, their parents, the amazing faculty that work with them.
Is the people, just filled with phenomenal people, from the educators within the actual buildings of our district.
I think that a board member is when they direct telling people how we want our schools made. I think they make very important decisions.
They help the school and they help the kids learn and everything and make it fun to learn.
Do you think being a board member is fun?
Not exactly, because they do a lot of things
that aren't so fun?
That are not that fun.
I want you guys to tell me what you think the school of the future is going to be.
Things I want to see in my school in the future is like people helping the young kids more.
I think I would like more recess.
I think school in the future should have soccer food. More reusable things that you can keep, that you don't have to throw away all the time.
Or they could add more swings, and plus they could make the lunch earlier because lunch is a little late.
Our board member has come by our campus and you've had the opportunity to talk and to share your ideas.
All the kids were in the cafeteria and they all had big signs and posters up saying thank you, we love you.
He is the one who is providing for our school.
Our board member puts your thoughts into action.
I think they should be doing stuff that benefit us students to have a more comfortable place in school.
Chairs that's up high instead of being real low, because some people can't see with chairs low.
What I do is like drones, so they can go around the school like security cameras to check what like classes are doing, if they're doing their jobs and stuff.
Security cameras and more AI and technology.
More AI?
AIs. I'm pretty sure there will be robots teaching kids on how to learn stuff.
You think robot teachers is a good idea?
Yeah.
How come?
Because they could translate to other children.
I would rather have a real person teaching.
I'm here because I want to make a difference for all kids in the school district and want to do what's right by them.
They're incredible young people that I'm happy to turn this country over to them anytime they want it.
Have you ever thought about being a leader?
Yes, I actually have.
You want to be a leader someday?
Yes, I have thought about being one.
What do you think makes a good leader?
Somebody who's independent and can teach other people and lead them.
Yeah.
I help my parents.
Yeah, well, that's good. And they're not asking you to do it, you just do it on your own? Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'm going to paraphrase the quote, but it said, at the end of my day, at the end of my week, at the end of my life, I want to be able to say that I contributed more than I complained.
My teachers from INA to Pasco High School care so much about me that helped me to become the person that I am.
They don't pay board members and they're doing everything for free, but they have to decide everything. And it's hard to decide for a lot of things.
I think there's no better way than being boots on the ground, working with the community to help you stay connected.
And so each time that you have the opportunity to speak with your board member, you get the opportunity to voice your thoughts and what you think should happen here in Fort Worth ISD. And I want you to put all of your creativity to task and to show what you think our future schools are going to look like.
It seems to me like you're all about fun.
Yeah, that is true.
So what would you tell somebody that's spending all that time and not getting paid for it?
Thank you for your leadership.
Pino Mendoza is one out of about 115 schools that we are going to visit within a 5-week period. So we fit about 5 schools a day.
Oh, that's a little big.
We are fitting a group of kiddos with brand new running shoes, and they are training for the Cowtown 5K race, which happens at the end of February.
You happy to get new pair of shoes?
Pretty good.
Yeah, really happy.
We are here to celebrate our kids and to thank the Cowtown Marathon and the Mendoza family for including our students in the free sneaker giveaway.
This is a great day! We donate these shoes to about 4,000 kids that are going to get new shoes to help them train for their 5K race.
Cowtown Children's Marathon, and it's important to keep our youngsters active in sports and interested in keeping healthy.
Did it fit?
Perfect.
And welcome to Fort Worth ISD's second annual signing day. Today, college seniors from prestigious institutions will sign letters of intent to launch their careers in Fort Worth ISD.
Today is the first day of a career that you don't even know how it's going to turn out. It can turn out any way you choose it to be. It can be as much as you want, as little as you want, but I will tell you the one thing that will fill your heart every day, and that is the students you're going to serve.
Our very first for 2526 letter of intent, Adriana and Brienne, you may now sign your letter of intent.
I knew that I wanted to teach little children because I liked how they were so pure and eager to learn. I also have a younger sister, so I like to play school with her, so teaching was always in my blood in some way or form.
Signing that piece of paper does not make you an educator. You are already educators. You are already doing the work that makes a difference for students. Signing that paper makes you a part of our Fort Worth ISD family.
What the teacher pipeline does with TCU, Texas Wesleyan, UTA, and especially Texas Tech really gives us an opportunity to work side by side, hand in hand, with our future teachers.
We have to dedicate to ourselves as well, not only our students. We have to know the balance between taking care of ourselves, and when we do, we give more to our students and we just become a better person overall. The University of Arlington, Yaida Martinez and Andrea Ayala, you may sign your letter of intent.
I want to tell you thank you on behalf of Fort Worth Independent School District for picking us to start your educational journey.
Super excited to be here. And it is my distinct honor to welcome each of you to our beautiful campus. It is both a joy and privilege to see you here on our campus today to celebrate something really wonderful.
On a count of 3.
We're just excited for what our students are going to be able to experience in this renovated campus and with a lovely addition to it as well.
1, 2, and 3.
We get to meet the children that we're serving, and we get to stand by them as we dream of a better district for them.
I cannot wait to see what the students at Riverside Middle School will accomplish in the spaces we are about to create. Thank you. Let's dig into the future because it starts right here, right now.
Come on, team, big smiles. These kids need supplies.
We're going to pack 2,000 backpacks. I was talking to our friends at Fort Worth ISD just before that. This is by far their biggest project that they're doing the donation. I said, we will do this so fast, we will blow your minds.
There are 6 different items that will go in the backpacks. These are a box of Kleenex, a ruler, a pack of markers, a pack of crayons, a pencil pouch, a pre-printed note from American, and the 2 highlighters.
So these backpacks are going to go to middle school kiddos, so we are happy to step in there.
Pencil bag, I feel like we're markers, tissue, and 2 highlighters.
You've heard the saying, it takes a village to raise a child. We're so blessed to have American Airlines within that village with us. School starts on August 12th, and we will welcome 70,000 students back to our hallways and classrooms. And thanks to your donation, 2,000 middle school students will have supplies and backpacks they need to be successful next year.
It makes me feel amazing.
American Airlines and Fort Worth ISD, let USA fly!
This is our kickoff for this school year. We have over 250 bus drivers, we have over 100 monitors, and this is our grand kickoff for the 25-26 school year.
Miss Doe Anna, Miss Doe, you are the next contestant on The Price is Right.
Normally they'll have this like in an auditorium, people will sit there, we'll have speakers. This time we wanted to make it fun, like a talk show, game show, from classic 80s style.
The winner of the 16 contest is Mama Marilyn Walker.
We can't stop smiling. Like, I walked in here, I started smiling, have not stopped smiling yet.
Today, to start this thing out, we want to acknowledge all of our new hires. Y'all come on up here. These are all our new drivers.
Back in April, we started having weekly job fairs, and we've hired over 40 drivers. We have no driver shortage. And that's the first time, I think, in a long time that we've been ready for the school year.
We're happy to partner with Fort Worth ISD. Higginbotham is located right here in Fort Worth, and we feel it's really critical to partner with the local community and give back to the local community that we support and that supports us as well.
First ones who see our kids, or last ones who see our kids at night when they drop them off. And I can't thank them enough and how much they mean to us in Fort Worth ISD.
Super exciting and totally unexpected.
Hello, everyone. What is happening, West Cliff? All right, what's your phone number?
I'm very excited.
Y'all ready for the school year?
Yes!
All right. We appreciate everything that y'all do as teachers, but we do have a little surprise for y'all. Are y'all ready? All right. So Office Depot and Boise partnered together to get y'all a $20,000 shopping spree. Woo! Let's head on out.
You have $500 to spend today. We're so overwhelmed right now. We're just excited to be here.
It's amazing to give back to the community that we collect donations for day in and day out, and it's nice to see that it's actually worth it and that we're getting the right people and the right people that need the help in here.
Coffee, look. On the list. Yeah, I don't care, but I have a Keurig and teachers need coffee.
So excited. This means so much to us. Ink for my printer because it's been telling me I'm out for a while. And then I've got a journal and I'm trying to figure what else out. I just don't even know. 15 5-year-olds that would love this.
Your total is going to be $496.80.
Thank you, Office Depot and Boise Paper. Love Westcliff.
We are doing our Storytime train on TexRail. This is the first of its kind here in Fort Worth.
Oh, ooh.
All aboard! We have over 400 people registered today, so we're excited.
It is my pleasure to introduce our celebrity reader, Dr. Karen Molinar, Fort Worth ISD Superintendent.
Are you ready for a story? Break, squeal, then stop.
Reading doesn't take place at school in a classroom. It takes place all around us every day, wherever we're at. Whether you're on the train, whether you're in the car, reading a sign.
Hold your breath so you can hear. Huffing, chuffing, drawing near. It's bedtime.
Bye. Thank you. Bye. Bye, guys. Thank you for coming. What's your favorite part about school?
I was in the 3-year-old class when I was 3, and then when I turned 4, in a few years I'm gonna go in the 4-year-old class.
Okay, well, we can't wait for you to get in the big schools too. That is exciting. Let's do this.
Well, good morning. Welcome back.
What's the significance of being at Phillips? I mean, that's the first place we're going today.
Very proud of Phillips.
All right, let's go!
All the work that is done on that campus by the teachers, the principal, the students, of course, and then, of course, the parents being engaged. So we want to celebrate them.
Good morning. You ready?
Yeah.
You got it.
Welcome to the first day of the 2025-26 school year. Mel Phillips has grown more than 30 points to go from a F-rated campus to a B-rated campus.
It's great to see a school go from an F to a B.
This is our largest school district in our city. Over half of our students attend Fort Worth ISD. And so it is imperative that I, as your mayor, show up to be alongside these parents and these students really recognize what it looks like when you're succeeding and moving in the right direction. And that's my purpose being here today.
We're going to be very excited to share some success stories that more than 50 campuses moved a letter grade up. As well, we decreased our F campuses from 31 to 11. So we have wonderful news to share about the great things that are happening in Fort Worth Independent School District.
I'll be back.
No soy el único estudiante que tiene las cosas.
45 minutes or an hour, they will be fine.
So one of the things we're implementing this year is an instructional framework. So we have taken all of the state adopted materials, which are high quality instructional materials. We also have added in a new phonics program for this year that will really help the foundational for our K through 2 students and even our 3rd grade students.
I did not believe it. I was like, wait a minute. But when I found out I was a B, we were so excited.
I am blown away. We've all been working so hard on this campus to bring our grades up and to really reach all of our students.
I'm ready for the learning.
This year we've got the B, but next year we're getting the A.
¡Qué bonitos! Buenos días, mis hermosos. Since I was little, I wanted to be a teacher.
So I want to see people writing. Quick, you have 1 minute. I've never really thought about being anything else. How many in total for this second part? And everybody would say, oh, you're so good at math. Don't you want to be an engineer?
Tienes que estar poniendo atención. Una pregunta más. I come from a family of teachers. My mom was a teacher in Colombia.
¿Cuál es tu evidencia del texto? All my aunts and uncles, and most importantly, my mom and my dad are educators. 5 times 3 is equal to what? I studied 1st, 5th, 3rd, and 4th grade with my mom, my dad, and my aunt. I think it is a blessing that my sister is literally my team member, and my mom works at the school too. So it's something that I'm just so happy to come to school every day because we work in such a good team. It's such a good environment. So I really think it's a blessing. We come to school together, we leave school together, so we're always together. I love being with my mom and my sister.
It is unusual to have a family all together at one school.
Oh, I'm severely proud of my daughter.
I married another teacher.
I don't know if it's the water in Fort Worth.
And then we also have father who works for World Language Institute.
There are families that just seem to care really a lot about the students that they have, and it seems to kind of wear off on the other family members. Thank y'all. Great day.
They are hardcore, dedicated teachers, educators.
I wanted to leave a legacy in Fort Worth before I leave. Every year is to work for them, for the students.
welcome to the 2024-25 Campus Teacher of the Year reception. And today we come together to recognize and celebrate the incredible teaching excellence in Fort Worth ISD.
Today we come together to celebrate what truly makes Fort Worth ISD the place to be, and that is our extraordinary teachers.
This is such an honor to be in the room with you because I know, because I lived it in Fort Worth ISD, what it means to be in your seats today and all the hard work that you put in each and every day. Without further ado, our Elementary Teacher of the Year finalists. From Clifford Davis Elementary, our ESL teacher, Chloe Marshall. From our Leadership Academy at Mitchell Boulevard, pre-K teacher, Denise Carpenter. Come on, girls! From Oakhurst Elementary, Lorena Escalante. From D. McCrae, Michelle Williams. Greenbrier Elementary 4th grade dual language and 5th grade reading teacher, Sarah Herrera. Our secondary finalists from Western Hills High School, Angelica Navarro. Carol Shores from Morningside Middle School. Come on down. Emily Allen, Young Women's Leadership Academy, English teacher. A dance teacher from Diamond Hill Jarvis High School, Casey Dobbins. From Apply Learn Academy, choir teacher, Raven Minter. One more round for all of our finalists.
Great. Let me see.
Hi, my name is Michaela Williams.
Hi, my name is Carol Shores.
I'm Raven Minter.
Hey, I'm Emily Allen.
My name is Chloe Marshall.
I'm Sarah Herrera.
My name is Denise Carpenter.
I'm Casey Dobbins.
Hi, I'm Lorena Escalante.
Hey, I'm Angelica Navarro.
Well, first of all, congratulations on being a finalist. That's awesome.
Thanks, thank you. I didn't think it was going to be a thing.
I was in shock, so I don't remember most of the things they told me.
It's a real honor to be here.
What makes me a finalist is that Mama just loves her job.
I have what I feel like is just a fire inside me.
I'm here because I love my students.
I wake up every morning excited to go to work, excited to see what new adventure awaits.
I love that kid who walks in thinking I can't do it and then walks out going, I can't believe I did it.
I am just very passionate about what I teach.
One of my favorite things to do is to teach, especially when it's talking about chest voice, mixed voice, head voice, falsetto.
I have a lot of fun. I don't think I could see myself doing anything else.
I don't really know what I'm gonna get every day. Every day is a surprise observation, plus a tornado drill, plus I got a new student. All in one day, it happens.
I have a few students that say, Miss Dobbins, you're always smiling at me, but I don't think you know my name. And I'm like, it's true. I don't know your name, but I'm gonna smile at you no matter what.
One thing that I love about teaching is I have my why. My why is I'm planting seeds.
Each day I tell my kids, take another step and you'll get where you want to be.
I try to come up with different approaches so that it feels like it's a little different every day.
I've been teaching for 5 years.
People say year 4 and 5 are the years where people decide.
I called my parents saying, oh my God, what have I done? Some magic happened. My parents gave me my own laminator and I spent a good chunk of my break learning the curriculum, laminating things. It made all the difference.
As a teacher, you change, you adjust to your new classroom every year.
I know I've had a victory in the classroom when I see my students going to teach their classmates the things that I've tried to teach them. Once your students succeed and you see the pride and the smiles on their faces, it's so rewarding and it's all worth it.
A win for me in the classroom is that at least I got to hear everybody's voices. Like, I would never want a student to go through the day and not speak. Like, I have a son, I would never want him to do that. And so just like making sure that everyone's involved.
It really irks me when people don't give students a chance just because of where they come from. Let's change that mindset. And I don't want people to judge it until they meet our kids.
I know that they don't always get all of the best opportunities. And that's why I say that I was made for Diamond Hill. Diamond Hill was made for me.
hey, I'm a teacher, but hey, I'm fun and we can do yoga, we can do mindfulness, we can sing songs, we can learn Spanish.
Whenever we do part ways, it's going to be very sad. I'm really going to feel like a piece of my heart is missing.
Each day, my students inspire me to be a better person.
I'm very shy, very introverted. You ready, guys? In the classroom, I am loud. I am not shy at all. I turn that place into a Harry Potter world.
The students are very honest. They will tell you when you've had a victory or a failure.
Everything I do is about literacy as an English teacher.
I'm the foundation. Letters and sounds and the phonemic awareness, all of that is so important.
And I told them, well, don't worry, you're going to love reading.
To strengthen our students' literacy, I like to start the year by trying to foster a love of reading.
We take all parts of literacy, from the writing, the reading, and the researching, but we're always dancing. There's never a day that we don't dance.
It's their confidence, all of it. Math, literacy, it's all confidence. Once the kids realize they can do it, they're gonna want to keep doing it.
Music literacy is very important. Without the students knowing what's on the page, they have no idea of what the actual music is actually saying.
How else are they gonna be able to interact with the world around them and apply math to their everyday life if they don't have that practice starting as soon as possible?
My students think I'm great because I bring the energy of a child.
My students think that I'm great because I'm fun, I'm engaging,
and I care more about their scores. I mean, I'm sorry, can you take that? I care more about them than their scores. That's what I meant.
Yeah, okay. So my students think I'm great because I can do this.
Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins and the change happens.
And literacy lives.
And math matters.
Forward ISD, where the best begins, and I'm proof of it.
I'm a product of Fort Worth ISD.
And I'm thriving.
All the way Fort Worth ISD. I think I am the best, so. I did start here, the best begins in Fort Worth.
When scholars walk out of my classroom, it's not the end of their journey, it's just the beginning.
Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins.
Yes, it has a rhythm to it.
Is there any kind of movement you can put to that?
Of course I can.
Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins.
You're not short of confidence, are you?
Oh no.
I'm gifted and I have what's called a whistle.
Okay, do you use that for fun or effectiveness in your classroom?
Yes, it's a teaching tool.
Scoot forward a little bit.
Through our Elcon Foundation, we support programs that help bring education, eye care, and treatment to patients in need.
We've also come to realize this place is not only just a wonderful playground for the Joe Kelly children to just be a kid.
You guys love this.
Good job, Dee.
Riding a bike allows children to explore their communities, develop physical fitness, and create memories with your friends.
This is fun riding a bike. They are really, really excited to be a part, and it really has added so much life and just so much joy to our recess time and to our day.
Our goal is just to make produce available to everybody throughout the community, no matter where they live.
I'm gonna take all of those ideas, put it together, and we're gonna then
create your new playground. 5 more minutes, and then we're gonna go ahead and present our idea.
My idea was like a submarine, and in the submarine would be like a kitchen.
Here to help our community. Times are tough right now, and a lot of people, groceries are expensive, and this is a way to give back.
Through these in-school markets, we are being very deliberate about what is available to these young children because we know their health and wellness depend upon it.
The highest award from the Girls 8 National Scholarship, $25,000 scholarship.
We are giving them the knowledge and the experience to be able to have a fun way to talk about heart healthy behaviors because we just get one heart.
We donate these shoes to about 4,000 kids that are going to get new shoes to help them train for their 5K race.
In accordance
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:31 p.m. with the quorum present, recessed open session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 10:14 p.m. with the quorum present. We are up to consent agenda items. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with Board Policy BBFA Local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Trustees, we've been provided with an opportunity prior to tonight's meeting to submit questions and receive responses concerning the consent agenda and action agenda items. Are there any questions or comments at this time specific to the consent agenda items? Trustee Lynch?
I would like to request that we move AJ and AK to action.
AJ? AJ and AK?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments? All right. All right, do I have a motion accepting consent agenda minus AJ and AK?
So moved.
Trustee Jackson. Do I have a second? Trustee Lorenos. Any discussion? Trustee Jackson? Trustee Dar?
Thank you. Due to my employment with ESC Region 11, I will be abstaining from items 13M, 13P, and 13AP.
All right. Please move to voting. Sorry. Please move to voting. Motion passes 9-0. Now we are back to consent agenda item AJ. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Dart, do I have a second?
Second.
Jackson? Any discussion? Trustee Lynch?
Dr. Molnar, I guess wanted to kind of ask when we are, closing schools and we have kind of a surplus of space potentially, kind of long-term goals with some of this warehouse flex space that we have that we're looking at moving into long-term or longer term.
Yeah, Trustee Lynch, so we have been analyzing our additional space because we have not done school consolidations. We still have the need for a textbook warehouse, then other equipment, instructional equipment and materials as well. But in addition to that, as we're working through our bond, we need swing space for some of our furniture and different areas where we can do storage. And then actually during the school consolidations, when we'll be looking at school furniture, we want to, of course, pull furniture out of all of our buildings and not keep buildings with furnished. But sometimes we have those couple months till we know what is needed on campuses. So we're actually able to now replenish some of our stock that we don't have, but we just don't have the space. And then as we're able to identify some of our surplus properties with consolidations, we would be able to not have to do the lease for the warehouse and possibly be able to turn one of those buildings into warehouse space, storage space.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Trustee Dar?
Yes, that's a good question, Trustee Lynch. Thank you for asking it. What is the length of the lease agreement for both of these?
this existing term for the reasons that Dr. Molinar described. We are working to consolidate spaces just as we are on our campuses, and we'll be relocating textbooks to another location, giving staff time to make those determinations. And then the additional lease is for a 2-year period. And again, we will be through our consolidation process, looking at ways that at the end of that 2 years, we will have vacated that space as well, only using property owned by the school district.
Okay, thank you.
All right, please move to voting. Motion passes 9-0. Now we're at AK. Approve additional costs for the warehouse lease located at 2224 East Lancaster Avenue. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. 9-0, motion passes. We are at action item B. Next item, consider and take action to approve the hiring of the Chief Technology Officer. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Ryan, any discussion? Please move to voting. 9-0, motion passes. Dr. Molinar, would you like to introduce our new personnel?
I would like to introduce our new Chief of Technology, Eric Upchurch. And Mr. Upchurch is coming from Arlington ISD, so he is here with us. So we would love to welcome you, and just so glad you're coming to the Fort Worth Independent School District and joining our team this evening. Yeah, can you go ahead and stand up? Do you have anyone with you tonight? Yes. That was good advice you got. All right. Thank you so much and welcome again.
Thank you. Next item, C, approve Lone Star Governance Implementation Plan. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second?
Second.
Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. 9-0, motion passes. Item D, approve second reading revisions to Board Policy DB Local. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Luevanos, any discussion? Trustee Dar.
Thank you. I spoke at length with our first reading about this, and just to recap a few of those things that I said is that education is not a competition, but recruiting top teachers and staff is a competition, and we are competing with all of our North Texas colleagues in other districts outside. To date, those districts in Tarrant County that, in addition to Fort Worth ISD, that have a policy that require chief level staff to and cabinet level staff to live within their school district are as follows. There are none. Fort Worth is the only one. Of the 10 largest school districts in the state of Texas that, in addition to Fort Worth ISD, require their chief or cabinet level staff to live within the district are as follows. There are none. We are the only ones out of the top 10 largest districts and the only ones in Tarrant County that require that of our staff. If everyone were playing with the same rules, I would support the chief and the cabinet living in Fort Worth ISD. However, we're not, and it is a competition, and we must be viable candidate. We must be a viable option for people who live in North Texas to want to come and work, because I see part of my job as a trustee on this board as to create a district that is very desirable for the top talent to want to work in. And I want to give Dr. Molinar all the tours. We're expecting her to win the game. We are demanding that she wins the game and produces the best product for our students and our teachers and our families and our community. And I want to make sure that she has all of the tools to do that with. So I am in favor, and I will vote in support of this policy change. Thank you.
Please move to voting. Motion passes 7-2. Now we will go to item I. Approve college access partnership to increase college persistence, workforce development, and parent and family engagement. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dart, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, is this open to all high school students, or is it just economically disadvantaged, or?
Our counselors, our advisors work with any student who comes and enters the Go Center. It's just not students who are coded economically disadvantaged.
Okay, because I spoke to some students and they were told that their family made too much money, so they didn't qualify.
So there is special scholarships, but to work with our counselors, there's not a criteria. Now, we do have, of course, our students who are first generation, where they have special qualifications and scholarships as well. And of course, we do have different scholarships and grants that we guide our students to according to their income level of their families. However, when they're working with any of our advisors, that should not be the case. So we are happy to reiterate and address that with our partners.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, please move to voting. Motion passes 8-1. Next item, approve contract for student support services, case management, and wraparound services for the 2025-2026 school year. Do I have a motion? Trustee Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion passes 9-0. K, approve purchase and installation of rooftop units and energy management system controls for Leadership Academy at Maud Logan Elementary. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, second. Sorry, who was Laura Benos? Second. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Nine zero, motion passes. Item L, approve authorization to enter into contracts for MEP and commissioning services in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion passes 9-0. Item M, approve authorization to enter into contracts for moving services in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Nine zero, motion passes. Next item N, approve authorization to enter into contracts for surveying services in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second? Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. 9-0, motion passes. Next item O, approve authorization to enter into contracts for roof consulting services in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. 9-0, motion passes. Next item is P, approve authorization to enter into contracts for storm shelter peer review services in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. 9-0, motion passes. Last item, Q, approve renewal and purchase of managed print services of district multifunctional printers and scanners. Do I have a motion? Trustee Luébanos, do I have a second? Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. 9-0, motion passes. The time is 10:29 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.